But that's just what I've learned from you and everybody else on here. So.
Well, I mean, really, that's the game, right? Of course, you need cash. Like, I mean, yeah, of course, you're gonna cash out a little bit. Why not? You know, anytime someone buys or sells, it changes the price of Hex. So like, all these people selling, getting rid of their stakes, you know, like long time stakes. Like there was a whole crap load. That's why the price, well, essentially why the price went down a little bit. And yeah, and then as people are staking, I'm watching the stakes. Believe me, I'm watching the stakes. And then people staking for like a number of people staking 555. You know, and in the back of your head, you got to think like, with my age, I'm not going 555. Like the max I'm going is 10 max, just because of my life and my kids and whatever, right? But holy crap, I see that and I'm like, oh. And then I see people like emergency end staking. I'm like, oh, more money in my pocket. You know, so it's like, yep.
Why do they do that? Why? I mean, unless they have like something crazy going on in their life where they need the money, emergency end staking. If you don't need to do it, if in other words, what I'm trying to say is, if you're emergency end staking to buy, you know, more hex on the Pulsechain side, that doesn't make any sense. You're just killing yourself. Would you agree or no?
Yeah, well, I mean, life happens, so we don't know. Obviously, we can speculate, but we don't know what's going on in people's lives. The other ones that I've been watching are people who are, one of them has accounted for their hex, but they were like 200 days over the time. I was like, what? And then you got people that are ending their stakes long after they're due. Like if they're due at 230 days, they're like ending it at 330 days. It's like, what the hell? How do you forget about your stake? So, but you know what? Like I say, it's money in my pocket. I got my shit staked. So anything that, you know, that happens, I'm just getting more hex. So,
That's a good point.
yep. And if you got a little bit of hex, you know, worthwhile, you throw it in there for 30 days. Just saying.
And
Better than no hex.
I think you're talking to me again, bro.
Just painting my nails, eating Oreos, and Diet Coke.
My sister loves Diet Coke. Oh my God, I can't stand it.
Gosh, I don't drink it very often, honestly. Like it's, but if I have something spicy, like to eat, not that Oreos are spicy, don't get me wrong, but I mean, just in general, then I like it. But other than that, my drink of choice is water.
My mind is water machine for Life is Good. It's like $4 grand, but I love him, and
Oh my gosh.
it's called Kagen water, Kagen, and when you have that alkaline in your body, cancer, all these other different things cannot live in your body, and it's kind of crazy. So it's very interesting. I've tasted it. It tastes remarkable. It tastes so good. But yeah, I'm going to. I haven't told him yet, but I'm going to buy it on Monday for him. So he's one of my best friends. So yeah, I gotta do what I gotta do to be there for him. So Google it, check it out. Pretty interesting. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
the. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the alkaline water you buy at 7-Eleven. I'm talking about this machine. It's a whole different deal. So
uh, you want to send me one of those too then, since you're being so nice with your friends? Holy crap. Oh my
I'll
god.
take one too, Jake.
Right?
I love him, Tab.
Okay, well, I love them too. So can you buy me one?
I know. Check it out. It's KAGEN. Google it. Check it out. It's very
Dude, I'm
interesting.
already on it. It's $4,980.
Yes, it's really expensive, but it helps with weight loss. It helps with cholesterol. It helps with diabetes. It helps with cancer. It helps with all these different things. Um, it's really interesting. It's really interesting. So I mean, I don't know. I spend other money. If I can afford to invest in crypto, I can invest. I can invest. I can afford to invest in something that's going to make me healthier. That's the way that I see it. I've got not as much to do, but quite a bit of money invested in crypto. And if I
Know
can
that?
get,
You probably have more than me. You don't know that. You probably do have more than me. I like how you say that.
I'm just thinking because you seem a lot smarter than me. Well, you are a lot smarter.
I'm a woman. Of course I'm smarter than you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Tab, Tab.
Very kidding though. I don't think a woman or a man is smarter than each other. I really don't believe that. So yeah, that was seriously a joke.
I know, nerd. So I'm gonna start drinking it every day, and I'll let you know how me and Life is Good is doing. And if that's the case, so I'll see if we can get you a coupon or something from.
Yeah, do that, and I'll give you a PO box address to send it to.
Well, if you would have sent me your PO box, I would have sent you. I know your birthday wasn't too long ago. I would have sent you a birthday gift, nerd. And
Oh
that
yeah,
you
that's
turn like
okay.
29 or 30.
Oh my God, you're way behind. I'm like 62, man.
Yeah, my ass. The other night, a few nights ago, you told somebody you were like 78. That
Maybe
was
I
so
have one of those.
funny.
Maybe I have one of those voiceover machines that make me sound younger than I actually am. Think that's possible?
Do they even have that?
Yes, you can buy anything. You can buy a $4,970 water machine. You can buy anything.
Yeah, Cam,
Easy.
you've got the voice of like a late 30s, early 40s. Jake, you've got the voice of like a 78-year-old. It's just
Oh, that's
you have a
horrible.
beautiful,
Hold on.
sultry.
Who's
You have a
talking that
you have
shit?
a you have a beautiful, sultry voice, Jake. It's your trademark.
Kinetics. I speak Spanish, and I love you, but that
So
was
do I.
me.
I entiendo español.
I know you do, but hold on, Tab. Do I sound like 79 or 85? Am I that bad?
No, but I find that you have like a Mexican type, like Espanol country type voice.
I
Just
don't know.
say
I Kinetics. Hold on a second.
barrio.
Hey, you're tough. You're tough. Kinetics.
Take,
You know,
take it, Fabio.
hey, Kinetics. It's funny you say that because when I was 4 years old, um, my father met Christ, and right away he got us out of Los Angeles, and he moved us out, towards the other side. So I technically never lived in a barrio, and I never grew up like that. So I think I'm pretty well spoken, Cam. I don't know. I mean, should I have get my voice lower? I don't know, but I never grew up in a barrio. That's who I am. I was blessed enough to my parents got us out of there in Los Angeles. But I don't know. I never. Do you think I have an accent? Kinetics? I know Tam does. Do you think I do?
Well, like Jakeinator doesn't really reflect anything about Hispanic culture, but I kind of knew that you were Mexican or Hispanic before I even spoke to you on the phone. one-on-one. It's
Gotcha.
there. It's faint. It's faint. It's elevated though. It's not like a bad thing.
What though? He
You know,
sounds
the
like this
most
guy.
interesting. It's kind of
Go
like the
ahead.
most interesting man in the world, the Dos Equis guy. You know, to refine.
Thank you, Kinetics.
It's like
It's funny.
it's funny because like it's almost there's so many different accents on here. There's some are so much more irritating than others. But yeah, it's not hard to tell that you're like I would have said Mexican of some sort or like Spanish of some sort with the accent. Yeah, that's I guess, yeah.
You know what tripped me out was Thor. I thought when I heard Thor talk for several months, I thought he was like Armenian or like Lebanese or some sort of like Middle Eastern almost, like Israeli maybe.
Sounds like Profex when he speaks. Like every time I come on and I hear him talk, I immediately think it's Profex.
Oh wow.
Isn't him Jaconator?
Pardon me?
I think it's Thor that sounds like Profex.
I agree.
Yeah, it's like holy crap. It's like, oh, like yeah, they could pass for brothers, like seriously. With their voice anyway.
But I will say this, Kinetics, and to you, Cham, as well. I've never heard anybody other than you two in my life, and of course I'm 39 years old, give or take 10 years. Um, I've never heard anybody tell me that I have a Mexican accent. That is really weird. I mean, my first language growing up was English. My parents both speak Spanish. I learned Spanish from my customers because obviously I'm Mexican and Spanish and a little bit of French, and Indian. Anyways, but I look Hispanic. So when people come to the dealership, they were back in 1995 when I started selling cars. They just assumed I spoke Spanish, and I really couldn't because it wasn't my first language. So you two nerd,
but I think it's also because we also know, or at least I know, that you're like from Southern California, but you're from like Mexico. Like I think it's because you initiated that by telling people that your descent is whatever, and I think that's why because I hear your voice, I think automatically Mexican. I don't think it's because you actually sound Mexican, but you do have like a type of accent, whereas somebody would say, hey, where are you from? You know what I mean? I also think that you're kind and very polite and well gestured, but I don't think you want to piss you off because I feel like you have that firecracker in you. You know what I mean? Like you have that really strong voice, you know?
What? Kinetics. It's funny because Kinetics. We're on this other chat. Kinetics and I. Well, actually, I used to be, and he's heard me. He's heard me upset. He's heard me upset. But it didn't matter because through and through, he's always been there for me, and I love this guy. He's awesome. But I don't know. To me, when Kinetics speaks or life is good, or even redneck's a little different, but um, I don't hear an accent in my voice. I don't. You might, but it's. I've never heard anybody say, "Hey, you sound like you're Mexican." I've never heard anybody say that. So but it's all good. I am.
Yeah, people are shocked, like when they haven't seen me and they show up and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know you were black. And I go, well, don't be so racist. That's racist. You have no idea based on a voice alone.
Well, Kinetics, you're not black.
I'm half Japanese.
Exactly. Check
With
out.
all due respect, I'm like, there's not a chance in hell that you're black. And like, with all due respect, because I am definitely not a racist person by any means in the world, but I tell you right now, not a chance.
Yeah. Well, hey, Kinetics, but Paul Saul G, I mean, he could be African American. I love that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely. I think he is. I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah. But wow, that's kind of interesting. I guess I don't know. Fanatics, I don't know, bro. You never told me I saw a Mexican before. I think you're just saying that because Tam said that. I think you jumped on the bandwagon there, bro.
No, I think it's because like when people like when Mexicans, when they pronounce their words like a certain way, it's just a very slight kind of thing. But even if they're not speaking Spanish, you can kind of tell like maybe they're Mexican a little bit. It's just very small. It's very slight. It's like a very slight tinge.
It's kind of like the way Identity speaks. Like he definitely sounded like he was from like Mexico to me, or somewhere down like Spanish type accent.
But hold on a second, Tam. You said that you didn't mind my voice or my enunciation.
Oh,
What you said, my
no, I think your voice is fine. There are voices that come on here that really irritate me, and I actually have to leave the chat. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. Like, sorry, I just can't do it. And I'm sure it irritate. Some voices irritate other people, right? So it's like, ugh. But no, your voice is fine.
Well, you leave
oh,
the chat or you end up banning them. So
yeah.
it's either or. You're kind of like you have that kind of Mexican accent where it's like you're like a Raiders fan. So you're like, oh, Raiders.
I am a Raider fan.
Raiders
You know
fan.
I'm a Raider fan.
Are you? Oh my goodness, no way.
I'm Mexican. Yeah, but I don't talk like a vato. I'm not an idiot. I'm not. I'm a pretty smart guy. I'm trying to follow your lead there, Kinetics.
Yeah, but I grew up like around his Mexicans, man. Like my school, my high school was like 70% Mexican. So maybe I have more of an ear for that, pulling that out. Tam, I don't know what her excuse is, but I grew up around Mexicans in Santa Ana, Garden Grove, So I'm pretty keen to that, to picking that up.
Kinetics, aren't they not good people? Yes or no?
Oh yeah. No, we were talking about it the other day. My wife is Filipino.
Yeah.
And like some of the best people I know are in terms of family values and just the warmth, of like if you're in, man. It's Mexicans and Filipinos, man. It's just like some of the most welcoming.
I totally agree with that. I do.
Well, okay. Well, Tam, just for record, I am single.
Okay, Jake.
You are, Jake?
You knew that was coming.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, Kinetics, I'm single, bro. I'm whoever's gonna. I don't know. I got a really good credit. I have like 850 credit score. I drive an electric car that's killing me with my freaking light bill. But yeah, I invested pretty well, and whoever the Lord bless me with, I think they're gonna be blessed. So we'll see.
So we'll be back in 2 and 2. Just kidding. Remember that?
Yes.
That show?
Kinetics, are you? What type of industry are you in?
Dude.
I'm in software. But audio software, music industry.
I was going to say something to do with radio. To be honest, I was going to say it before you said that.
Well, it sound like Casey Kasem or something?
Not quite.
Hey Tam.
Thank goodness.
Hey Tam, this guy, I won't dox him, but he is so freaking super intelligent.
Oh,
and
that was funny. Speaking of doxing, somebody was on the other chat was like talking about you, and they're like, "Yeah, I think Tam lives in Canada." And where does Jake? Do you know where Tam lives? In what part of Canada? Oh, I'm not going to dox her. That's not my place. I'm good.
That's right.
I'm not going to dox her. And then he goes, "Hey, Mark. So since you're in Southern California, are we going to?" Like, thanks, bro.
Hey Tam, I totally Tam, I totally doxed Kinetics, totally doxed him, and but people were asking me, where you live, because they know we're friends. I go, dude, I ain't saying nothing. Are you kidding me? I ain't saying that. And then I go, but by the way, Kinetics is in Orange County, California.
Yeah. Hey, since you're in Orange County, Kinetic, like same breath. Like thanks.
Same breath.
Oh man.
That
Oh.
was so funny.
Really funny.
Well,
Well,
because
if it
most of the
helps,
people, hey Tam, so there were some people on here from Canada, and they want to know where you live, and I go, I don't, Jake and Nader. I go, dude, she's my friend. I'm, nothing. And then we started talking about Connect. Hey, well, Connect, I'll pick you up in Santa Ana, and we'll drive.
we'll go get a
funny.
bite at Denny's. Right there on South Street and 56 West or whatever streets are there.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And so Connect's like, Jake and Nader, what a dick. Shut up. No, he didn't say that, but it was kind of funny. That's hilarious.
They were even doxing Profex. They were like going around. Yeah, I think he's in Ontario. Yeah, I think Profex. Yeah, Profex is in Canada, right? Yeah, I think you mentioned it once in a thing, and then it came to you, and it's like, Tam's from Canada too, right? Doesn't she live? Jake and Nader, you're friends with her. He's like, I'm not doxing her. That's my friend. So, Kinetics, yeah, since you're in Orange County, that's
God.
thanks, man.
Oh, I would have killed him. I would have banned his ass for that. That's ban-worthy, that is.
Hey, Chad, it was so funny. You're right, Kinetics. It was all in the same voice. It was like, I'm not going to dox Tam, but by the way, Kinetics, I'll pick you up off of the 57 and the.
Oh, God.
Hey, Tam, Kinetics is all, Chicken Eater, shut up. Got a minute? Oh, it's funny.
That was funny. But I'm single too, so I don't want people knowing where I live. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some weird ass people out there.
Yeah.
So, can I get them digits? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you got a pen,
Yeah.
Jake? Here we go.
I
It's 949.
Numbers
That's
5
how
5
you weren't
5
talking to
1
me.
2 1
You
2.
weren't talking to me. Yeah. It's 567 867 5309.
309. Yeah. Well, actually, Connects, I have your number. I've been trying to get, actually, no, Tam, yeah, so, actually, I don't have her number. I do not have her number.
See, here's the problem. If somebody gives me if I give somebody my phone number, they're automatically gonna know where I live. They just gotta look up the area code.
You definitely don't want to do it in public, which is what this is.
Well, no, because if I give someone my phone number and like somebody pretends to be somebody else and I think it's somebody else, and then all of a sudden all the crypto that I do on my phone, on my iPhone 8,
Oh my God.
I got all this crypto, MetaMask. I got MetaMask on my phone, and I got, what's the other one?
God, don't let people hear this, please.
What else do I got on my phone? Oh, I got Staker app on my phone. I do all kinds of crypto on my phone. So I'm not going to give somebody my phone number, right?
Tam, you're such a liar. You have nothing on your phone.
You're right, I don't. And it's an iPhone 13, by the way.
I bought one the other day. I don't know what the hell it is. Something like that.
I don't do crypto on my phone. I was just saying that to be like smart ass, like usual.
I know. Hey, Kinetics, but thanks for coming on the chat, bro. Super cool to have you on here, man.
Yeah, I popped in here the other day and it was pretty cool. Thor was on here, and then KG jumped on, and then I was like, who else is on here? Rich Wealth. Oh, Rich Wealth. I was like, Rich, how's the weather out there? And he jumped on, and then I realized that KG and Rich Wealth didn't know each other, and I was like, oh my gosh, you guys have never met? And the discussion that took place.
They live in the same
Dude,
state.
I mean, no. Rich is in Kauai.
I know that.
Remember?
Yeah.
Well, they but you've talked to both of them, and like, think about it.
Yeah.
Those guys are. So they just started talking about stuff, and I was like, man. And so I got Rich connected over there with KG at his chat, and
Nice.
then got KG over at the Hex Foodies channel, which is a really cool channel. So yeah, they hit it off and they had some good discussion. Really, really
Yeah,
smart. Some of the smartest guys in the community, hands down.
yeah. I've had a conversation with Rich Wealth. I actually brought him onto the other chat, and he's a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
friend of mine. He's good people. I really like that guy. He kind of
yeah,
reminds me of you. He's a good guy. So he's awesome.
yeah. Super, super cool guy. You know, when the chat is, when there's people talking on this chat, it's usually pretty good. It's just there's a lot of dead air because there's not much going on, you know, and so that's the only downside. But once we get an announcement, it's gonna I think it's gonna explode again.
Oh yeah. I was talking to Tom a couple days ago about that. We were both on here. Excuse me, and about like when the sacrifice went off, how exciting it was, and it was unbelievable. With Pepe and Walrus and Papa Boner, everybody on here. It was really exciting, and we need to get that excitement back onto this chat. I think it's important. I come into the chat, and like Tom said, it's kind of dead, and and some people they want to come here and just listen. But again, if it's kind of like when you go to the doctor, you don't go to a doctor without telling what's wrong with you. You walk into a doctor's office, you say, "Look, this is what's going on with me. This is where I hurt." You can't stand in front of a doctor and assume they know what's wrong with you. You have to tell them what's wrong with you. So when you come into the chat, if you have a question, it's important you ask that question because we don't know what you're thinking. We can speak on here until the cows come home, and I don't have every answer in no way, shape, or form. But I will say, yeah, it's a great question. And if I know the answer, I'll give it to you. And if I don't, I'll get some to somebody like you or Tam or Papa Boner or whatever the case may be. But I think it's important that people realize that is it. I know you're listening, but at the same time, if you have a question or a concern, whatever the case may be, ask that question, and we'll get the answer for you.
Hey, so do you have an update, or Profex have an update on Pepe? Is he out of the hospital yet?
Yes, yes. I was on the phone with him
Oh, nice.
early, earlier today, bro. He's doing good. He's doing good. I talked to him on the phone earlier today, and he sounded really good. A couple of days ago, he didn't sound so good, but he's doing okay, and he's uh he's okay, brother. He's doing okay, and he's back on the horse, so to speak. But yeah, he's doing well, bro. Thanks for asking.
Oh man, it's good to hear that. Did he talk about what happened at all, like when he collapsed and stuff, or?
Yeah, he did actually. We're talking about Pepe just for the folks on here that might be wondering. Um, he went to the store to buy some food, and next thing you know, he's on the ground, and paramedics were there, and they took him away. And um, he had some heart problems before, and but he ended up going there, and they ended up getting him, okay, and he's doing well. That's all I can say. He's doing well. He sounded really good today. I talked to him for a little bit, probably about half hour, 45 minutes, and he's doing well. And he's definitely a bestie. I've learned so much from him, big time, big time. He's a sharp man. I like him, and he's a man of integrity. So yeah, he's doing okay. Thanks for asking, brother. 100%.
That's good to hear, man.
That's
Yeah,
his second
he's a
calling, actually. His second illness, shall I call it? Yeah, it's pretty sad.
right. Yeah, well, that's why it was so scary when I heard he had gone back into the hospital, because there wasn't a lot of detail around it, and I know what he went through before. And then just the timing of it, just had me kind of uneasy because there was some drama. And just, it puts things into perspective real quick, real quick.
That's so true. I couldn't agree with you more. Connect, I have a quick question for you, bro.
Yeah.
So if I buy some Hex right now, will I get a copy over on the Pulsechain side?
The first thing you need to do is make sure you have your hardware wallet set up. Don't even ask me a question like that until you get your hardware wallet set up, okay? Go do it right now. There's nothing more important going on in your life than getting that set up.
Wait.
No.
Treasure.io and only from the website.
Is
that a pretty good Papa translation there?
Yes, exactly. So just so I understand, so if I buy Hex right now on the Ethereum side, if I have it on an exchange, will I get now? Now, of course, I'm asking these questions so people that are new here understand. So if I buy Hex on an exchange, will I get a copy over, or do I have to have it in my
require
wallet?
some expertise. I mean, we've got maybe PulseX can answer that one.
Hold on, Kinetics is very simple. If you don't have it in your Trezor, your Ledger, or your MetaMask, I should say, which you should not have on your phone, like Tim. But if you have it in your Trezor, Ledger, you will get the copy over, and if you don't, you won't. So if you buy it on an exchange, which is very few you can buy it on, but if you don't have it in your MetaMask or your Trezor or Ledger, you will not get the copy over, and that includes any other ERC tokens that you purchase. So it's important that you get them into you. So you can buy it on Coinbase and then send it to your MetaMask and then put that into your Trezor or your Ledger. So it's important to know. Very important.
Yes, Jake and Nader, that is very good advice.
Connect. So Tam sent me like 20 million PulseX, and I didn't know what to do with it. I was trying to figure out what to do with it, but I put in my Trezor. I think I'm okay.
There is a scam though. I'm sure majority of you have heard about it though. It's Hex something, and it's a free airdrop type per se. But the second you go into your wallet to dispose of it or use it or send it to somebody else, it immediately takes control of your wallet. So be very careful unless Richard Hart himself comes out and says, hey, you guys are getting this airdrop. Please do your own research. You can get scammed. The scams are going to start up again very, very badly because things are happening. Crypto's, Hex is going up a little bit. There's other stuff that's going up. So be very, very careful. Please, ask questions. don't just assume that you have 20 million, hex something in your wallet that it's, oh, wow, let's sell this and make money. No, you're going to sell it and end up selling everything else you own and don't even know it. So be very careful.
So true. That's a good point, Tam. Is it Tam or Tammy or just Tam? What is it?
It's just Tam.
Gotcha. That's a great point. If you see stuff in your Trezor or your ledger that is sending 100,000 tokens or a million tokens or whatever the case may be, once you tap on that, they can infiltrate you and take all your money. So don't tap on nothing without coming back to this chat and
Well,
speaking with somebody.
when it comes to free airdrops, like, it's not when you click on it, it's when you buy, sell, swap, trade. That's when it happens, because someone's going to get something in their wallet. It's going to come in with a value, God knows, like let's say 20 million coins come in and it's worth 20 grand. Well, a pleb, unfortunately, is going to just want to sell it because that's 20 grand, right? They don't ask the questions. Like, more seasoned people will ask questions more so than someone newly in crypto. And that's the problem, right? There's scam chat room groups, there's scam coins, there's scam links. Oh my God, it's endless. So just, ask a question. If you get an air, what was there, 83,000, I think 83,000 Hexagon wallets that actually got airdropped a coin that basically wiped them out if they did anything with that. So what I'm saying is just be very, very careful. It's just another one of those pre-maintenance type thing. Like, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. It's just like, it's like a broken record now, but sometimes people just need to have it reiterated. Like, don't click on any links at all, period.
I think it's important you say that, Tam, because for the past 8-9 months, we spoke about this. For the past 2 or 3 months, we haven't. And it's important to understand that because people will start getting airdropped a bunch of malarkey. And that's not good in any way, shape, or form. So it's important you say that, and I'm glad you brought that up.
But I know people personally who got wiped right out with, a lot of money. And because it looked so legit that they just did it. And oh my God, I don't care how legit it looks. If it's not coming from the source, I'm not clicking on it. I'm not doing it. If someone sends me an email saying you must update your Google or your Chrome or whatever, I'm not clicking on that link in my email even. I go right to the source. Just go always right to the source and you never have a problem. Like, you get those calls, this is the IRS calling. You need to pay us $8,236 or we're going to send security to your door and have you arrested. Like, who falls for that shit? You know what I mean? Like, but people do. People do. They got a big scam. They got a big scam in Canada. They call you and say there has been legal action taken against you for the CRA. I'm like, holy fuck, dude! I work for the CRA. Go fuck yourself. Oh, sorry, I swear again. Oh my God. and then,
too.
But yeah, and then you have these, 70, 80, 90-year-old people going out and buying iTunes cards. Now check this out, man. iTunes cards, and calling the CRA, so they think, and giving them the iTunes card number on the back of it. This is how stupid it is. But some people fall for it. And then they take the iTunes cards and then they start buying stuff with it. Like $8,000, $9,000 worth of iTunes cards. Now, at least, most of the stores recognize that particular scam. It's just, there's so many scams. Like, my phone rings all the time. Oh, this is the IRS. This is the credit card, MasterCard company. This is the bank of Chase something. Like, or even text messages. It's like, I don't even deal with these banks. Like, I'm not a dumbass, right? So yeah, you just gotta be really, really careful. It's so important to just take that extra cautionary 3-second pause and go, whoa, hold on a sec, what's going on? You know what I mean? It's better to be cautious and err on the side of caution than it is to just go, oh shit, really? You know what I mean? So just be careful. Something's too good to be true. It usually is.
Yep. You know, it's funny. The other day, I got a text message from PayPal. I don't even use PayPal. Your
Exactly.
PayPal account is disrupted. You need to tap here. Of course, I deleted it, but they'll do that to you, and especially with cryptocurrency,
They're,
you never know what's
they're,
going on.
they're getting quite creative because I don't know if you guys have Netflix in the US. Like, do you guys have Netflix?
Yes, I'm actually.
Yeah. Okay. I have Netflix here in Canada, and same thing. I'll get a link and say your payment was declined. Please click on this link to re-update your credit card information. Like, this is how smart these guys. I call it smart. Like, smarter for the dumb people. You know what I mean? But like, I would never. I go right to Netflix and see if my credit card's still there. You know what I'm saying? Just stupid shit like that. Go to the source. That's the best advice someone can give you. Go to the source. Don't click on links.
Amen.
Know that I've seen so many people from getting wiped, and it makes me feel so good that I've done that. Because when I hear somebody say, "Oh, this happened," like, what do I do? Just click here. I'm like, "Oh no, don't click that, don't click that, delete them, block that person right now." You know, because they think, "Oh no, it's
So
a pulse,
true.
it's a Pulsechain admin." No, 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 it's not a Pulsechain admin. They're pretending to be Pulsechain admins. So yeah, so I know that I've saved so many people, and I'm just really grateful that people actually do listen to stuff like that because, oh my God, yeah, I'm so paranoid when it comes to crypto. Like, I just am so paranoid in the sense of security. So I'm like stocked up with security, stocked up with hardware wallets, stocked up with a computer that does crypto that, you know, I only use one browser for that and that only. I don't use my other browser, you know what I mean, for crypto. Only one browser, strictly. I don't look it up anything on that on that browser. I don't do nothing with that browser except go to like hex.com and blah 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 blah, the other stuff that I'm into. So, you know, that's it. That's all I do. I don't.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
very,
something.
very cautious.
But
I said I'm just very cautious. Go right ahead.
I just want to say because what happens is this, Tam. I bought a computer about a year ago that I've opened 2 or 3 times. I don't know, maybe 4 or 5, whatever the case may be, and I only use it for my crypto. I don't go to ESPN. I don't get any emails on the computer. I do nothing on the. All it's just pure crypto. That's it. End of story. Now, what happens is this: there's people that might have a computer that they might go into a porn site or to I don't know, Walmart site or a Target site. Next, you know, they're getting screwed over. It's important that people understand, especially porn. And Papa Boner said this many times that you don't click and do anything like that because that's how they end up coming in and taking it and you get rents. So it's important that people understand that you don't do anything nefarious on your computer and expect to be okay. It's important that people understand that.
And the other thing too is, and I totally am not telling anyone to do this, but if you're doing crypto on your phone or you're doing crypto on your MetaMask and you don't have a hardware wallet, make sure that you close the damn window when you're done. Like, if you must do crypto on your phone and your browsers, close the friggin' browser off. Like, close it, log out, because people just leave their stuff open and then other things happen. So, you know, I don't agree with it, but if you must, X out of it, log out of it, so that it's closed. You know what I mean? Your passcode's like, you have to re-enter it.
Agreed.
know what's funny? I'm in so many different chat rooms, and I actually was gonna ban somebody, and I went, "Oops, they're not in Pulsechain." That was actually hilarious.
RGO, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Good, good. Just listening, but it went quiet.
It's because Jake left the house.
Well, Tam, my son called me. He's buying a house.
Sorry, there's an echo there. And if you can hear, I'm watering the garden here.
Hey, we got to get together and have lunch, bro. I love to speak with you.
Yeah, I'm here in Southern California. Where are you?
Well, since you and I had lunch, probably in Southern California.
Cakeinator, sorry. Uh, yeah, of course. Let's meet.
Actually, I just bought a house in Detroit and downtown Detroit. So I'll be moving up there here shortly. Um, so
Did you
also
just say what you just said?
I just moved to the 8 Mile in Detroit, you know.
Oh, I thought you said you were in Toronto.
Yeah. Well, I know you're somewhere in Canada. I don't know where it is, but if it was, I'd be in Detroit.
Yep.
RGO, but good to see you, man. I'll be back on this chat every day from now on. I'm no longer a part of the other chat I told you about. They it didn't work out there, but I'm on this chat again every day, and anything can help you with, I'm here for you, bro.
Well, if you are anyway, I think you're local here. We can meet any day.
Nice. I've been trying to buy Tam lunch for like 2 years, and she won't let me buy her lunch.
Well, no worries. I'll buy lunch.
Hey, that's a good way to get a free meal. That's a. I gotta try that, man. That just worked. You see, you got free lunch, man.
Tam, I've been trying to buy you free lunch for a year, nerd. Of course, I never knew I had an accent. I never knew I had an accent until today. So
They kind of nothing heavy, but COVID restrictions restricted a lot of my ability to travel. So yeah, that's kind of crappy. And now there's interborder retesting and stuff. So it's it once those things change, then I'll be able to just travel where I want.
you could come to Southern California, maybe?
I could do that. I know my kiddos want to go.
Done. I'll take good care of them and you. I'll take you to Universal Studios, Disneyland. It'd be fun. Hey, RGL, how's business, bro? You doing okay?
Business is good. Uh, I was being a little lazy, but lately it's I'm doing good. What about your business?
I'm doing okay. You know, I'm blessed. I only work 3 days a week. Um, I just bought that property in Detroit, and so I'm doing okay. You know, God is good.
That's good. I work every day, but work about 2 hours, and I gotta really put more time.
Well, you're a young man. You're gonna be blessed. RGL, I know that we've been waiting for this thing to launch since forever. I think you and I met like back in February or March, and that was really cool meeting you. And we're all waiting for Pulsechain to launch. But I got to tell you, I talked to a day one Hexkin today for a little bit, and he was showing me what Polygon Matic did in the first year with 30,000 wallets, as opposed to 200,000 wallets that Pulsechain and PulseX has, give or take 100,000. Either way, we're gonna make some stupid money, bro. So if you're on the chat right now, you're gonna be blessed. And I know that's my signature saying, but I gotta tell you, I really believe in that. I talked to this guy, and this guy has made millions not hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars with Hex. And he was telling me, Jakeinator, it's going to be ridiculously good. So just keep on hanging on, keep on keeping the faith. And that's what I try to do. Every now and then I get down. Don't get me wrong. I've onboarded more than 140, 150 people onto Richard Hart projects. And, some of them call me, some of them don't. But at the same time, when it's all said and done, if we hodl for a couple of years, we're going to be blessed. And I really believe that. And I speak with conviction. I don't just say I'm a salesperson at heart, and that's what I do for a living.
Please don't use that word. It sounds too much like something else.
What? What word?
Con.
I don't con anybody into anything. Ask
Conviction.
Cam, please don't put my name in with that schmuck. Don't do that to me. That's not cool.
I'm saying don't use that word at all because it sounds too close.
I
Nothing
know
to
Jakeinator personally. He's a good man.
But we'll see.
Yo, what's good?
Abby, you're gonna get banned if you don't get off the video right now.
What I do? All right, fine. My fault.
And take your pictures out of the chat.
Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. Let's do it again. Okay? Wait, how?
Gonna learn the hard way.
Cam, you don't put up with those shit, do you?
Are you guys watching the chat at all? Like, oh my god.
Yes.
He deleted some.
Yes, I am sorry. Jakeinator. I really believe in the Pulse chain and PulseX projects. 100%.
Can you tell me why? Can you share on here why?
Yes, I started with Hex the first day. I was waiting for Richard to launch it and started the first day. And I was glad that I wasn't able to buy the first day, but I bought when it went down. I bought a good amount. I was happy with it. I'm still happy with it. I did not cash out like other people did. I did cash out very little, and I used it for some of that. I used that for Pulsechain and PulseX. But I'm very happy with Hex, to tell you the truth. That's why I believe in Pulsechain and PulseX.
Amen.
I have worked with all projects directly, and they're not as good.
So if I've been on this chat for 2 weeks or 10 days, why would I invest in HEXradio projects? What would be your mainstay as far as that? Would it be because you made a lot of money on Hex? What would it be?
No, because we believe in Richard. We believe that Richard is going to deliver what he has promised. Can we make a ton of money here? Yes, we could. That's why, and I am sorry I was doing something else here while I was listening, but my hands are free now. um, I really believe the Pulsechain and PulseX are going to do really good, even when Ether is about to merge or upgrade. I believe that uh, that's why Richard is still waiting. He said that he wanted to launch it before the merge. I guess to show that the work they have done.
Exactly. So let me ask you this, RGO. I have an idea when E 2.0 is going to launch. When did you hear it was going to launch? E 2.0.
September.
Exactly. So, same here. So, if that's the case, would you agree that it would behoove us? It would benefit Pulsechain to launch prior to that?
I will say yes, it would, but if they have some improvements that make a big difference could be the timing, or could be some other features that are super simple to use and people like. In that case, people will have the tendency to go back to Ether, even if the fees are still a little higher than Pulsechain. Pulsechain fees are going to be super low, which is what people want.
Profix said this. Profix or Walrus. I want to say Profix. He said, Jaconator. He goes, you know what? If you're on a major blockchain like Ethereum or Polygon or one of these other ones, but yet none of your tokens are on there, why would you? In other words, if you want to buy Hex, but you can't buy it on BNB, or maybe you can, but you can't stake where the case may be. Why would you do that? You want to have a layer one that you can use that you can use for the tokens that you're trying to accumulate or either trade or swap with. So, in other words, you can have let's just say you're a single man. Would you have a 10 passenger van? No. Why not? Because you'll never use it. You're single. You're not going to use that van. And it's
Hey,
the same thing.
that's a horrible analogy. I have 10 friends and I would buy a van.
I disagree, Tam. That's a great analogy if you think about it for a second. If you're a
No,
single
I
man
know.
like myself, Tam, so I'm single. I have a BMW electric car. I don't need a 12 passenger van. So I use my car. Now, if you're trying to buy a token that or in other words, you're on a layer one and you don't want anything to do with that token. In other words, it's doing nothing for you because you're not using it, you're not swapping it, you're not doing anything with it. Then you should probably go to a chain that you can use, which is Pulsechain. If you're trading HEX, LL, a bunch of other different tokens are going to be built on there, then it would make more sense to be on Pulsechain. And so that's what I'm saying. And that totally makes sense.
See, the idea is to
It reminds me of like people that have liquid hex right now, you know, a substantial amount of hex that are just kind of sitting on it and not staking it for 30 plus days. Kind of the same analogy, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much.
I cut somebody off though. I apologize. Somebody was trying to speak.
I am sorry, that was me. But what I was going to say is that the idea here is to bring as many people as we can. That is good for the chain, Pulsechain, and it's good for us because the more users
But the
we
pulse chain
have,
itself is designed to not have like it's so much it's okay, how do I explain this? It's the same, it's a fork of Ethereum, but with so many different things attached to it. So it's good for the environment, it's good for um, coins itself, it's good, it's so many different things. And any Richard Hart project, all Richard wants to do is help us. So if people can just get that in their head that he actually wants to help us and make us rich, the better off we're going to be. The more people that sit there and say all this crap and all the postings on, oh my God, in chat, on Twitter, and all these idiot plebs that don't really know Richard Hart because they haven't really looked into him. It's just amazing that I firmly believe, in fact, I know that Richard Hart is trying to help us. He wants everybody to benefit. So, you know, if you play the game right, we're all going to be millionaires. There's no question.
Hey, Tam, I think correct me if I'm wrong, RGL, is what he's saying is this: without the adoption on Pulsechain, all of our bags will never get pumped. We need the adoption. We need to get the word out and let them know that you could exchange and swap, whatever the case may be, with PulseX on Pulsechain. I think that's what he's saying, because we can talk about this until the cows come home. But the bottom line is this: if people are not adopting, that's why it upsets me when people are like, oh yeah, just get your free coins on the Pulsechain and sell them. No, don't. Let's say, for instance,
Yes, you know what? Yes, let them go in. Let them grab their shit, because they're going to be sorry in a year or two when everybody else is a millionaire and they didn't hang on to their shit. The only thing I was saying was that
Hold on.
Pulsechain is much more better designed. So why wouldn't people want? Oh my God, there's a lot of echoing, man. Okay, so all I'm saying is it's a much better chain than Ethereum will be for a multitude of reasons. I know what he was saying, but why wouldn't you want to move stuff over onto the Pulse chain, I guess is the question. So I didn't mean to kind of overtake that, RGO. I apologize.
it wasn't me, someone else was talking, I think.
Oh,
no, it was you, RGL. You made a point about people have an adoption on the Pulsechain, and that was a great point. Without the adoption and without people coming over and not just taking their coins, but and I'm going to say this, and I hope I don't get banned, but let's just say, and I'm going to say this because PulseCon is going to be here in Vegas here in September 6th through 9th. And there's going to be people that are building tokens and building their projects on the Pulsechain. that are going to be speaking at PulseCon, and one of them is Shiba. Okay, so not the founder, but one of Shiba's good folks, wherever he is going to be at PulseCon. And the reason why he's going to be there is because he wants to chill Pulsechain. And so he's going to talk about building their platform or their project on the Pulsechain. And I think it's very important because we want to talk about, having a 500x, 1000x, 10,000x without these folks coming over and building these projects on Pulsechain will never amount to anything. I think that's what RGO was saying. Or no, was I wrong?
I think that's exactly what it is. So we definitely need adoption and people over, and you guys should do it. We should do everything we can to spread the message.
Amen.
Yes, and let me tell you guys that there are new coins with assets, asset-backed cryptocurrencies. They have a ton of paperwork that they have done. I am trying to bring these people on Pulsechain, but we don't know exactly when Pulsechain is going to be launched.
I'll tell you, right? As soon as Hex hits 10 to 11 cents.
Nope.
But we don't know when that is going to be.
I disagree with you, and let me tell you why. I disagree. There's a reason. I don't just disagree because I disagree, but let me tell you why. The reason why I think it's going to launch once lower is because it will be easier to have price for it to get the not the copy, but the same
Jason?
price. Pardon me?
Keep going. I thought you were looking for a word in English because you didn't know what it was.
Oh, Tam, you're in major trouble. I'm gonna DM you later, bro. Okay, so
Uncle, when you're not speaking, you have to mute your mic.
Hold on a second. So let him disagree. I want to hear his point.
okay, the reason why I disagree is because of this. The lower the price point of Hex on Ethereum, the easier it'll be for on Hex on Pulsechain to be able to have the same price when at launch. In other words, let's just say that Hex on Ethereum was 25 cents. It's not going to open at 25 cents on Pulsechain. It could, and we'd love it, but Richard Hart's not giving out any free money. So let's just go back for a second. Let's just say it's at 3 cents. Can it have the same price on the Pulsechain side when it launches? Hex on Pulsechain? It would be easier. You agree with that or disagree?
Well, the reason I'm saying it would launch at 10 cents or 12 is because Richard, I believe, remember the sacrifice we did, right? Everybody put ETH, blah blah blah. A lot of people put Hex, and he cashed out everything on stable coins. So except Hex. So right now he's losing. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm thinking this, and it's big possibility he's waiting for Hex to. He don't want to lose 30%, 40%.
You just said he took the bulk of the money and put it into a stable coin. So how would it be losing that much?
Jake, your mic is really low, buddy.
Say that again, Jake.
You just said that he put the majority of the money into a stable coin, and that's a fact. I'm not new to this channel in any way, shape, or form, and that's a fact. I agree with you on that. So if that's the case, then how is he losing money if he put a bunch of it into a stable coin?
Because the only thing that he didn't want to drive the price down fast, he didn't convert his Hex into stable coin. Everything else he did.
I agree.
So right now, I think it makes no dollars or cents for him to lose, because he at the snap when when the sacrifice was over, he converted 90% of everything else into stablecoin, mostly DAI.
Agreed.
Now, now, I think he didn't want to drive the price down with Hex, so he left Hex alone. My thinking, I'm just, and it'll just make sense if he starts launching around 10 cents, because then he had, I mean, you know, my thinking.
I think you got a good
Blanco.
valid point.
So are you, I am sorry, Blanco, are you suggesting that Richard will open a liquidity pool for Hex on Pulsechain?
No, I'm not saying that exactly, but what I'm saying is that what I hear from different folks is that he didn't want to drive the price of Hex down when he got all this money sacrificed on Hex. That the people sacrificed their Hex, right? So he didn't touch that. He didn't convert that into stable coins. That's the thinking. And right now we're gonna have a bounce to maybe like 30, 40,000 on Bitcoin. So everybody's gonna think the bull run is back. He's gonna release around there, and then we're coming back down.
Well, I am talking about a pool uh, because the price is tied to however much liquidity is there.
Yeah, but
Referring to the price.
what I'm talking about is the sacrifice money, right? I'm not talking about nothing else.
Blanco, this is a deal, bro. Let me tell you. Would you agree? And you sound like a smart man. I first time talking to you, and it's a blessing to speak to somebody on the chat again that has a voice. I love it. I will say this: would you agree that price parity would be easier at 3 or 4 cents than 10 or 20 cents? Would you agree with that? You'd have to have it.
No, of course I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I just hear from some different sources of the community, some rumors, but I'm just threw it out there. Maybe it's, think about it. But it has to launch at some point, right? We might have 120 days of running up right now, right? Before we start sliding down again.
Running up? What are you talking about? We've been sucking for like 3 months or 6 months. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a rally on a Bitcoin, buddy.
Okay, what do you have to say, bro? Bitcoin. We're talking about Bitcoin.
No, rally on the whole market, brother. It's not just a Bitcoin. It's everything is gonna rally up right now. We're gonna have, it's called the bear market bounce.
I know, and that's fine. But just tell me what you're talking about. You're right. We're in a bear market. Everybody knows that. You're not. You're speaking to the microphone. Everybody knows that. So go ahead.
What I'm listen, what I'm saying right now is we're gonna have a run up for like at least 2-3 months, man. Maybe 4 months going up. People are gonna forget about the bear market real quick. That's how it works. And then we're just gonna slide down. And I think around these 3-4 months, we're gonna launch PulseX. That's just my, I mean, we're gonna launch Pulsechain. This is just my
I agree. I agree. I agree. I think it might be next month.
and then we might have a like exactly. It'll be faster than before. So what would happen is it will be next month, and then we'll do a 3-4x, right? And then slide them back the fuck down. I'll just remember my words, right? Just note this.
Okay. 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 Well, remember my words. I'm gonna share my words with you. Okay. My name's Jake Nader, and I'm gonna tell you my thoughts. You know about Mt. Gox, correct? Or no?
Not really. Say that one more time.
Mt. Gox. You know about that or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. So let me share this with you. So in 2014, there was like 160,000 bitcoins that got stolen, bro. So you can Google it. Feel free. Mount Gox. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's
Not. I
so
just ring the bell now. Don't.
okay. So check it out. So next month, I want to see the first or second week of August. First or second week of August.
They're gonna pay it back.
So, okay. Well, somebody has their mic on. So, anyways, so the next week or two, they're gonna get that money back. Now, Blanco, if you had invested, I don't know, whatever, $500,000, and now your $1,000 is worth, $100 or $200,000 because you bought Bitcoin at such a cheap price, and they're going to give it back to you. Now, your wife, and I'm just, this is just hypothetical. I'm not saying you in any way, shape, or form, but
Yeah.
let's just say that your family invest. You have to. I'm hearing a bunch of feedback. So, anyways, so let's just say that because I first started talking to you, and God bless you, it's going to be fun. But the point I'm trying to make is this: let's just say that they invested, I don't know, $5 grand. And now that $5 grand is worth 100,000 or $1 million. It's probably worth that, at least that, because they have, I don't know, 1,000 bitcoins or 500 bitcoins, whatever the case may be, and they're going to give it back to you after 8 years. You're going to give that money back to you. Now, they probably think they got ripped off, which they did because they got ripped off. But at the same token, at the same time, they're like, hold on a second. We're getting that money back, and now we're millionaires. And so what I think is this, bro. I think Bitcoin is going to drop like a mofo. And I think, and again, you can go back and listen to this tape if you like. Today's the 27th, whatever it is. Go back to this chat and listen to what I'm saying, because I think what's going to happen is this: when that shit hits the fan, and these people get their money, they're going to be pissed, and they're going to want their money, and they're going to take their money, and Bitcoin's going to drop. At the same time, Richard Hart, when it's at the bottom of the bear market, he's going to launch Pulsechain, and we're all going to kill it. He's not a stupid man. He's very smart. I don't like a lot of his crap that he pulls with all this other pee crap and all the other crap, but I got to tell you, he's not stupid. He's waiting for that. I think, and I could be wrong, but if you add it up, let's just say that I am right. Let's just say that I am right. Let's just say that all those 120,000, not 100, 120,000 bitcoins, they're going to be given back to the rightful owners next month. What are they going to do with it? They're going to freaking realize this gains, bro, and they're going to sell it. And I think it's going to drop, and I think that's what we're going to launch. That's what I'm saying.
Well. I mean, that sounds pretty good, but I think majority of the people are going to cash out a little bit of money, what they need, because they know we're in a bear market. They know we dropped, and I'm sure and I'm hoping some people will hold for more big profit. But yeah, we'll see, man. You can never predict anything, but this is gonna be an unusual bear market. I'm gonna repeat this. This is because Bitcoin and the crypto industry hasn't always seen its growth in the global market until now, and we had these normal pullbacks of 90%. This time around, the global economy is slowing down. The risk factor of a global war is higher. China and Russia just announced a new global currency that they're gonna use.
Yep.
Um, it's gonna be. Listen, man. These markets are gonna be shit if the global economy slows down a lot and we go into recession, right? And it might take a long time to get out of this one. Plus, we have these viruses going on. They might lock us down again in the winter. We'll see what happens. But I think this is gonna be an unusual bear market. When the Bitcoin hits at 12,000, and everybody's gonna think that that's the bottom, and it might do another drop to like 5,000, and then wipe everybody.
It's all good. I'm
just telling you, this bear market is an unusual bear market that the crypto industry haven't seen yet.
I agree. I agree with that.
By the way, I got orders at 5,000, at 7,000, and at 3,000 for Bitcoin.
They'll never be filled.
Is this being recorded? Good, because you never know, buddy. You definitely never know. You know how would they get filled? I'll tell you how. Let's just say China decides to take Taiwan, like Russia decided to take Ukraine, right? Out of nowhere. And guess what happens after that?
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you sacrifice for Pulsechain and PulseX?
Of course I did, buddy. Of course.
Then what are you doing all my life?
Of course I did. I just been in this. It's summertime, bro. I'm just having fun. I haven't been in the chat in like 3 months.
Hold on. Blanco, when I talk, you have to like use that. Anyways, so I've been here for about a year. I've never seen you on here, but I gotta tell you, I like I like the fact you know what you're talking about. It's very cool interaction. We need that more on this chat. But I've never seen you on here unless you change your name, unless you were like I don't know.
No, I've been around. I just, like I said, it's been 3 months that I've been off like crypto shit and not watching anything, just enjoying myself because I kind of know what's gonna happen. We have about 2 to 3 years of a bear market. I'm not gonna jump every 5% Bitcoin goes up or down, or I'm just put my orders in and I'm just relaxing right now, bro. It's
Blanco, you're wrong. It's not 2 or 3 years of a bear market, so you're incorrect. Just so you know.
Hold on. It's not proven yet, bro. So that's your opinion. This is my opinion, my brother.
No, it's a fact.
How is it a fact? Because the time hasn't passed yet. You can't just predict the future, bro.
Okay. Well, I love that. I love that about you. Okay, now we have some conversation going on here. But the best way to predict the future is to look at the past. Would you agree with that, or am I wrong?
No, I completely agree with that. But the past, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Just keep this in the back of your mind when we talk about crypto. It's such a new, it's such a new sector that you have not enough data for you to state confidently that you know what's gonna happen. This is impossible, right? And like I said earlier, the Bitcoin and the crypto markets only have experienced good times in the world, right? And that what we got for 12 years, for 13 years, right? So we got all of that good time, growth. And now we're used to those kind of bear markets, but now we're slowing down economically globally. Just wait to see hope this is recorded. We can go back and listen to this.
I'm with you.
Okay. The chat is recorded 24 hours a day, and then it's replayed. So yes, we can. It's definitely recorded.
That's just cool about it. That's all. That's why I'm saying I hope it's recorded, because I want to go back.
Hey, Blanco, are you in the United States?
No. I'm in Macedonia, Albania, Greece, somewhere around here.
Gotcha. Because you sound Mexican.
But I am from the States, buddy. Yes, Jersey.
Sounds Mexican. Is that what you said?
Yes, I did.
He actually sounds like he's from either Boston or New York. That's what he sounds like.
No, I'm from Jersey, yo.
Hey, Blanco, I used to live in Cherry Hill, bro. I was in the Navy. What's up with that?
You used to live in Cherry Hill?
Well, actually, this girl I was dating, she lived there. I was in the Navy.
I'm in Bergen County, bro. I'm in Patterson, New Jersey. You know, anybody knows what that is?
Dude, come on. Been there, done that. You ever had any cheesesteaks in Philly? Come on.
Of course I had. But, I'm by nationality, I'm Albanian, my brother.
Good for you, man. Well, I'm Mexican, and I love cheesesteaks.
You're a funny guy.
But good to have you on here, man. It's super cool.
Yeah, man. I love you. just got home. You know, I'm just enjoying myself tonight. And over here it's 6 in the morning right now. So, you know, I just said, let me just check out what the if the chat's still going. But here you guys are holding it down. That's good.
Hey, Blanco, wasn't that kind of cool though? When you got home, you put your phone on and you said, "Hey, let's see what's going on," and you had people talking on here. Wasn't that cool? Because when it's dead, it's like, okay, I'm going to sleep. You know, but you came on here. You know, you brought some information to us, and we appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I kind of do that every night without speaking. But today I was going through my TikTok, right, and it's a lot of Hexicans I have there, and a lot of memes and a lot of good stuff. So I posted something on Facebook for Hex and for Pulsechain, and I was like, you know, when I got home, I said, let me just check the chat. I haven't been on the chat in 3 months. Just check it out real quick. But you guys are still holding it down, which is cool.
Amen.
We are gonna be millionaires though if we play our cards right.
Oh
I agree with that girl. What's her name? Let me see.
yeah.
Yeah, but we definitely need to do our part to spread the word, man. Spread the gospel, baby.
Exactly. Blanco, and I tell these guys all the time. They're like, "Oh yeah, we're all gonna be rich." Blanco. So I go to a supermarket and I'm checking out, and I say, "Hey, have you ever heard about Bitcoin?" Yeah. Okay, great. To be fair, write this down because we're gonna be loaded. And I told them that we're gonna be loaded. Write this down. You have your husband get and I went to my bank the other day, deposited a check. I say, "Hey, you heard about Bitcoin?" Yeah. Okay. You ever bought X? No. Okay, great. So everywhere I go, I show what I believe in, and people want to get rich, but they don't want to share the word.
I
And to me, it's
agree.
ignorance.
I agree right there, buddy. You are the foot soldier, right? Without people like you, we could never make $1 on crypto. And I do the same, bro. I try to convince everybody and their mother to join us. And you know, people should do that because they don't realize that if you just post or like stuff like on your social media, you don't have to do much. Like you do to the extreme, you go to the bank and you tell people that's fine, but some people can't do that, right? But the minimum they could do is share, like, you know, post from, you know, stuff like that. So, you know, because without adoption, for sure, we can make money because you need value in order for price to go up. It's a speculation thing, you know, at the end of the day.
So Blanco, check this out. So there was like so many people on this chat before, not so much anymore. And we're gonna back on here. But I met a gentleman here, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this was the first gentleman. There's been a bunch of them. He goes, "Hey, Jake and Tanner." He goes, "You know, I'm a company. I want to invest $50,000. I have like 200 employees." And I started sharing with him, and all the stuff I learned out here on this chat that we're talking about right now. And we started sharing, and he goes, "Well, what do you think? What shall I do?" So I came on here. I spoke with him. You never know. The point I'm trying to make, Blanco, is you never know who you're talking to, bro. Ever. You could be standing in line at a grocery store, at the bank, or I don't know, wherever you shop, and you can share this with somebody, and that person might be the wife or the husband of a Fortune 500 company with 20,000 employees, and they say, "Hey, I kind of like that. Can you send me some more information? I'd love to hear about it." And that's how we build our banks. All these people, and I have people here that, well, I know friends on here that invested $50,000, $100,000 in HR projects, but yet they're like, "Well, I'm not going to share. I just, I'm on docs myself. I don't care." I'm on board of more than 150 people into which our project, no BS, for a ton of money. And why did I do that? Why? It's probably going to be good for me and you. So it'd be ignorant for us to come on this chat and learn nothing or something, hopefully, and and not share with anybody. That's all I'm saying. If you're not sharing this with your friends and your family, telling them only invest what you can afford to lose because we can lose money. But at the same time, if you look at other layer ones and other dexes, we're gonna be okay.
Yes. I agree with everything you said, bro. But some people, you know what they do? They, which is kind of true, but we will get the message even from heart when time comes for us to start sharing and asking people. But the part of the sacrifice money that came in is going to be used on marketing, right? So, but you are without the foot soldier, nothing happens. So you are 100% correct there. Hopefully, we'll. I'm just excited that this thing is gonna get lost in a bear market or somewhere between. Doesn't matter. And we all and whoever didn't sacrifice is gonna have an opportunity to buy in decent prices, because
Exactly.
not to worry about that. People shouldn't be worrying about that because we are in a bear market and nobody could time the top, the fucking bottom, for you to not to ever catch good prices, right? So it's gonna be launched anywhere in between, and people are gonna get a chance to get a good price entries on both PulseX and Chain.
Agreed.
We also gonna get a chance to buy the dip.
Exactly. Hey Blanco, it's funny you said that because my brother, he invested in PulseX, did not invest in Pulsechain.
Me too. Me too. Me too.
But I was blessed to invest in both. And so and his daughters, all my brother had $6. $6, bro. He couldn't light the fire. He trying to have a son, he never did. So he had $6, and five of them are of age. So they all invested. They all sacrificed for PulseX. But I
Yeah,
gotta tell
but
you,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but whoever didn't pull, whoever, see what I'm planning on doing, because we're gonna get first dips on trading, right? When this goes live, we're gonna be capable of taking our Pulse X tokens, whoever didn't go into Pulse Chain, and swap before anybody else.
I agree, but I wouldn't do that.
Wow, no, I have to. I got 10K into Pulse X, so I'm just soon as it
Okay, well,
opens up,
Blanco,
huh?
when you're not talking, close your mic. Okay, so check this out. So
Had few glasses of wine today, buddy. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
okay, but listen to me, bro. Don't dox yourself. Don't ever talk about what you have on here. 'Cause
Oh,
that's
yeah,
not
yeah, you're
talking.
right. You're right about no. I just slipped up. I'm kind of drunk, bro. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get half of my money and convert it into a Pulse chain. That's what I'm doing as soon as it launches, so I can
Okay,
have
okay.
both.
Well, let me turn your mic off for a second. I want to share something with you. Okay, because my brother, my sister invested Pulsechain and PulseX, and then my brother, he just did PulseX, and my sister just did, I have like six siblings, and the only one of them that invested in Pulsechain was my sister, my eldest sister. Now, if if you didn't invest in Pulsechain, what do you do with your money? Well, you probably wanted to Pulse. You probably bought some PulseX and want to get into Pulsechain, but at the same time, their stories or PulseX could be crazier. Although I did,
Listen, I'm sorry.
I,
That's
I,
true, but buddy, a lot of people that didn't get a chance to get the Pulse chain they are gonna do this, right? So I think PulseX is gonna dip. Is gonna dip first because people are gonna whoever didn't get. So this is what I'm saying.
I agree with you. I agree. I need more people. This the reason why there was 700 million, 725 million into Pulsechain, and 1 point something billion into PulseX. I agree because they're going into Pulsechain. I would agree with that.
Pulsechain is gonna perform better than PulseX in the beginning,
Yep.
and then that's gonna catch up after that.
I agree. I do not disagree with you.
But over time, they both going to the moon, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people shouldn't have paper hands and just relax around 500x, take a little bit of profit, and then the rest let it ride.
You're right. There's nothing wrong with taking profit at all. So let's just say, let's put it into layman's terms. Let's just say you invested $1,000 in a Pulsechain, and all of a sudden you have $50,000. Well, take 5, 10 grand. Don't kill the golden goose, like Pepe would always say. Don't ever do that.
That's
You know,
exactly what. That's good advice, bro.
Amen. We're gonna
Well,
be blessed.
listen, somebody, I didn't, you can't blame anybody else that because you have a lot of people that put their last money, their last hope, they gambled everything on this. I know a few of them, and I won't even blame those people if they cash out because they risked everything. You know, I know a lot of people like that. But the rest of us that play smart by the mathematics, you can only put money that you can afford to lose. Well, us, we need to hold it down.
Well, Blanca, I will say this. I'm a salesperson. I've been for many years. And I gotta tell you, if you set them up right, in other words, let them know, don't put your rent money in here. Don't put your child support or your car payment or your light, your gas, or anything else. Only put you can put in. Bottom line, then you're gonna be blessed. You can't do that and then say, hey, that's the reason why I'm onboarded more than 150 people onto Pulsechain and PulseX. It's kind of hard. And I've only got 3 or 4 of them that reach out to me, hey, Jake, should I buy more Hex because Hex had dropped. They know that they bought, that they're gonna hold, they're gonna wait. That's what they're gonna do. And at the end of the day, if they wait 2 years after Pulsechain launches, I think they're gonna be blessed. As a matter of fact, I know they will be. That's just my thoughts.
No, I'm just saying it's all kinds of people. You know, somebody like you or me, it's hard for them to fathom that somebody will put all their money or they rent money or you know what. But it's all kinds of people out there. Trust me when I tell you.
I agree. I agree. As much as we tell them not to, they might. I agree with that. Like,
Yeah, they do have a gambling mentality. Some of the people, man, it's a lot of people. That's why it's a sickness, you know. So those be the same people that have paper hands. As soon as they 3x their money, they take it out.
yep. Well, Blanca, you know what I do, bro? It's I surround myself with like people like Walrus and Papa Boner and freaking Profex and Tam, all different people that are very well off already. Way more well off than I am. I am not broke. Don't think that I am. But at the same token, that's how we learn. If we surround ourselves, let me go back for a second. Drug addicts hang out with drug addicts. Schmucks hang out with schmucks. So if you come into this chat and all of a sudden, You're talking to 10 or 15 different, and I'm not a millionaire. I'm not trying to say that anywhere, shape, or form. But at the same time, I'm not broke. Bottom line is this: if you surround yourself with people like Profex, Walrus, Papa Boner, these different guys, they're very smart, bro, and they're freaking loaded. Life is good. All these different people. If you surround yourself with people like that and take their information and then put it into your lifestyle, you're probably gonna be okay. Just say, do you agree?
100%, bro. I'm 40 years old, right? And I've been through all channels in life, right? It took me a while for me to uh, keep a straight line as far as finances goes, and and do mathematics on my finances and do what's best for me, right? But because I went through a lot of channels and I hung with all kinds of different people, today I'm blessed to have passed and been through all of that in order for me to hang out with, like you said. Now I understand that whoever you hang out with, whatever energy you look for, that's what you're gonna get, buddy.
Yeah.
So I'm one of those guys that's been done everything that, I mean, you could imagine. So, but I'm blessed, thank God.
Man. Blanco, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on here more. We need you on here so you have conversation, bro. Seriously, if you want to pump your bags, come on here, share like you are, have your different opinions. It'd be good.
I definitely, I listen. Before the summertime, I was here every night, right? Just me going around right now, enjoying myself a little bit because I'm finally doing good. But otherwise, my businesses and stuff like that. So, it's been a long ride throughout my whole life. These last 2 3 years, I'm doing good, and I needed this vacation. I needed these things, but I'm definitely coming back more often as soon as my vacation finishes.
Amen. Good to have you here, brother. Seriously, you're a breath of fresh air, and it's a good thing.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
People
that.
come on to the chat, and people come to the chat, and it's quiet, and they leave, and I do too. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I come here. I came here a year ago, and I learned so much from so many people, and now I'm back again to share the word because I'm a little smarter now, and I don't know everything. I know what I don't know, and what I don't know, I'll refer to people that do know. So it's a good thing. It's a good conversation, bro.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we just had a two different points of view on what this bear market, me and you, and now I know you're gonna think about what I said, and I'm definitely gonna think about what you said. And
Amen.
anywhere between that is the truth.
That's right. You're right. You're right. I think we're right there.
I just prepare for the worst, right? Because just have a feeling, bro. This time around is gonna be. It looks good. They're bullshitting us right now. Don't worry, don't worry. We're not in a recession. We're not gonna slow down and blah blah blah. It's just I don't know. We'll see, bro.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you, and I feel you, and I understand where you're coming from. I work. I'm a manager for my boss at a dealership, car dealership. I'm in the car business for 27 years, and I did marketing for 20 years. And my good friend is one of my best friends is also my boss, and I love him. I love him and more than I can ever tell you. And he's a great man, and he got me into Pulsechain and PulseX, and we're gonna be blessed. It's a little crazy time right now because we're like, oh my god, when's this thing gonna launch and everything else? What's going on? But at some point, we got to say, you know what? We have a last. Did you sacrifice? Rocco?
Did I? Yes, I said PulseX. Yes.
Okay. So I sacrificed for Pulsechain and PulseX, and my money has gone nowhere. It hasn't went down. It hasn't went up. It's just sitting there.
We are lucky. You're so right. People should listen to this. People shouldn't be complaining, bro, because you're just hit a right point there, right? Sorry for cutting you off, brother. You just said when we sacrificed, we were up. Like, I sacrificed ETH, let's just say. Your money froze at that time. So you're getting a bang for that time, not when it went down another 30%. So you're 100% right. People should stop complaining.
That's a great point. So they're like, oh well, I'm pissed off about this and that and everything else. I understand that, but at the same time, as we're waiting, our money hasn't gone anywhere. Even it's funny, and I'll bring this up. So my brother's daughter, she's 20 years old. She makes $100,000 a month. I'm sorry, not a month, a year. And she's like, hey, Uncle Jiganator, what's going on with my money? She put $1,000 in. I go, it's good. It's went nowhere. You're set. You're good. And okay, I trust you. I love you. Okay, bye. And that's what it is. And people don't understand that. Is it people that sacrifice for Pulsechain and PulseX? Does it suck that it hasn't launched? Absolutely. Are we pissed? 100%. I'm with you. It does suck.
But does it really suck though? Hold on a second. Does it really, really suck though?
Exactly.
That money that you sacrificed there is like put it in the bank right now, and you can't touch it. Otherwise, you would have probably spent it on bullshit.
Yep. That's right, Blanco. Amen. Amen. So I told her, she goes, Uncle Jignator, so what's going on? I go, you got nothing. You're good. She goes, okay, talk to you later. Because she trusts me. It's my brother's daughter, and so she's doing okay, but you're right, 100%.
It's just a thing that people, like when people put money, when they go to casino, AC or something, right? And they lose their money, they don't complain that much. But yet they put their money somewhere when you're going to 10x it.
Exactly.
And now you're bitching and moaning because you got nothing better to do.
I couldn't agree with you. I never thought of it that way, but you're so right. That's so true. You go to the casino and spend $400, but don't.
Dude, not just lose it. In the casino, you're trying to tell the guy, bro, you lost a lot of money in this last year, right? He's like, no, man. And they forget the losses. They just remember the wins, right? The like 10% wins. And they try to convince you that they're doing good in the casino, right? But yet when it comes to like investment for future, people tend to not have patience whatsoever. They right away want to accuse the next person of being a thief, of being a scam, and this and that, the third. But whoever's smart, bro, whoever's not complaining, whoever knows what time it is, they're gonna want that. They're gonna be the ones that get the 1000x, bro. These people that are complaining right now, I bet you, the first dip that we're gonna have, people are gonna get scared. They're like, oh my god, this is going to zero. We're gonna sell. Thank you. Give it to me. I'll take that.
Amen. You're right. You're right on point. So true. So true. One thing about, hey, bro, one thing about you'll learn about me is if I disagree, I'll tell you. And people on the chat, some of them know me. Maybe some of them don't, but I don't need a light ticket. I am who I am, and I agree with you. And I also want to add this: if my brother has $6 and five of them invested, never mind the rest of my family. My own kids. I have six kids. Four of them are from my loins, and two of them are my stepdaughters. And I've onboarded over 100 people, and I'm not bullshitting you, for a shitload of money. I've been in the car business for a long time, and they've invested a lot of money. So I'm here to say I'm not going anywhere. Richard Projects, I believe in them big time. I think when Pulsechain launches, it's gonna go freaking nuts. I think when Pulsechain launches, the hex on Pulsechain is gonna go crazy. That's just my thoughts. I could be wrong. But at the same time, your APY is gonna be crazy on the Ethereum side. So we'll see.
Hey, we listen. It's no way. Even if the project was look, if shitcoins could do good in a bull run, a Richard Hart project is gonna do wonders, especially Pulsechain. This is not this is like alright, me and you can make a shitcoin right now, right? And wait for the time to fucking bottom, right? And they'll fucking probably do 100x, right? Come on, man. This is not even rocket scientist, man. This is fucking easy. And whoever doesn't like easy will be a complainer for the rest of their fucking life.
Yep. Well, Blanco, do me a favor. Try not to curse on here so much because there's a lot of people on here. They're older. They have some money, and we try not to curse on here.
Dude, I thought it was just me and you for a second. Because nobody's talking. And I felt like I was talking on the phone and shit.
It was good to meet you, man. It's super cool. It's a good thing. I hope people are listening. I'm sure they are. Stake HEX is my good friend. He don't talk to me anymore for whatever reason. Kind of pisses me off. But it's all good, man. I'm hoping if you get on the chat right now and you're listening to yourself and myself, that when you get on this chat, when his son dead, you'll probably stay on here a little longer, and we're sharing good stuff. We're actually chilling.
We're chilling, but at the same time, we're sharing excellent stuff for people to hear, bro.
Amen. I agree.
Conversation here and this chat should be in this nature where it feels like you're conversating, but at the same time, you're giving a lot of information. Don't get me wrong, there'll be times where you need to get down with the paper and pen, fine, but it definitely needs some creativity, man, some conversation, some laughter, some hey.
Amen. I agree. It's funny that we both
Guys,
agree. We're really blessed. Good. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
guys, I gotta go. Nice to listen to you guys. I'll be back tomorrow.
RG, DM me. I want to talk to you.
Yes,
Oh,
let's talk tomorrow.
Jay, thank you for listening to us, buddy. I thought we were alone for a second.
There's a ton of people listening here. Well, I don't know. Let's see how many.
No, I'm sure it was.
23
I just felt because nobody was getting in, and but you know how your mind wanders and you just forget. And thought that I was talking on the phone. I haven't been here in 3 months. Remember that, guys. But I like when I come in. Every time I open my app and I see the little thing that you could tell that little sign that people are talking. I'm like, here we go. They're still there.
Well, but Blanco, we have to be there, bro. If we're not there, we'll never launch anything. Understand that.
Yeah, but
are think about that.
listen, brother. Yes, true. The reason it's slowing down a little bit is people like right now it's a bear market. It's nothing exciting. People are getting like frustrated that oh it's gonna come out this month, this week, and then they just it's just people, right? And we'll pick up. It'll come a time where we have to like kick people out. Trust me when I tell you.
Oh yeah, but Blanco. Oh yeah, man. Listen to me for a second, okay? The reason why there's so many people on here is because there's other chats now, and I learned so much stuff. I watched this other chat, and it was not good for me or any of my onboards. which is a shitload of them. So we're off that chat now. So bottom line is, I'm back on this chat, and we're gonna be blessed, and we're gonna get our information that we gathered over the past, I don't know, 6 months to a year, and we're gonna share that with them, and we're gonna be blessed because we will be blessed in this chat. People on this chat will be blessed. Don't get me wrong, because some people know me on here. I really don't care if you don't. I'm not trying to chill myself. I'm just saying that we're gonna be blessed, and the reason why is because we're early. And Richard already even says, you know what? Who makes money with crypto? The founder or the early investors? And we're early investors.
Early investors, buddy. Yes, sir.
Well, Blanco, come back, you check off.
Yeah, no, I definitely will. I'll check in, man. I'll check in. I'll check in for sure, for sure. I had a great night tonight, so because sometimes you be having those nights. I remember like 3-4 months ago when I was jumping in here when I first sacrificed. I was a bunch of idiots, man. We had a bunch of people like I think I remember you from back. You've been here a while, right? Yeah. I definitely recognize your voice, but I don't know if you remember. We had those guys that and a bunch of fucking idiots and shit. So, which they were good for the chat sometimes too, but. But I'm definitely stopping by from now on just to check on you guys a little bit. Maybe we can make this cool again.
You gotta come down, bro. It'd be good. It'd be good for you. It'd be good for us because everybody on here is trying to learn. And I believe if when you're green, you grow, and when you're ripe, you rot. When you think you know everything, you're just a schmuck. But when you still have, I'm over 50 years old, but I've been working out, so I'm looking okay. But I will say this: when you green, you're going right where you want. So if you come here to learn, then that's what we're all about. We want to teach people, and I want to learn as well. So I learned some stuff from you tonight, and you're a blessing to this community, and good for you. So hope to see you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. And you guess what? All the knowledge I got it from here too in the beginning, man. So in the beginning, I was just listening for a whole month without saying anything, and until I got the courage to start saying stuff because you just don't want to say anything. You want to say something constructive. So, but hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me, man. You guys have a good night. I'm gonna get off too.
Okay, bro. God bless you.
What do you want, Jake?
It's so funny.
I
Remember,
was just
I had it out.
that back in the days when I was a schmuck.
Hey, that's so funny. Remember, like 6 7 months ago, I got into it. Wasn't that funny?
What about? What about?
But now we're friends. I like you now. You're kind of nice.
But what were we talking about when I became a schmuck?
Who
What,
knows?
what,
That, that was a long time ago, bro. I like you now.
so you took off to your own little chat room with your buddies. Is that where you went?
Yeah, I don't like them anymore, bro. I'm out of there. I'm back on here. I'm back with you, brother. We're gonna be blessed.
Who was in it? Who were you there with? What sort of car was it? What was it about? Cars, crypto, what?
Who's on that chat? Is there any question?
Yeah, what was it about? What was the chat about?
Well, it was people that thought they knew what they were doing, and it didn't work out. It was a bunch of people that I thought they were okay, but they weren't. So I'm not gonna. It is what it is, you know. Um, you know my beliefs. Kagatoy, you're my friend. I've known you for like 6, 8 months. I know you're from Australia, correct or no?
For the 17th time, yes.
Okay. Well, okay. Where do I live? What's your Del?
California.
Ah, you're lucky. Anyways, yeah, so it didn't work out, but it's all good, you know. But it's good to be back on this chat. It's a blessing. I think we need. I tried to talk to you the other day, you jack off. You didn't answer me, but it's important that we speak to these people and we try to better ourselves. And I remember a year ago, I was on here, actually more than a year ago, and I was trying to learn. And now I've learned. I don't know everything, but I know what I don't know. And I know you and I used to get into it. It used to piss me off, but we became friends, and good to see you, man.
Well, you know, there's not many people speaking in here these days. It's a ghost town.
Agreed. What we need to do is back on this chat. I'm gonna bring the folks back over to this chat, and we're gonna be blessed. We're gonna talk about some stuff that concern them. You know, I was a green pea a year and 2 months ago, whatever the case may be, and I come here now because I want you to under chat. It did not work out in any way, shape, or form, and now I'm back. So I just want to come on this chat and any questions that anybody might have, I'd love to share with them my knowledge that I've learned from Walrus and Profix and Papa Boner and Gamma and Pepe and you know Identity and yourself.
Pepe's not in. Pepe's not in here anymore. He doesn't come in. Walrus is very rarely in.
I know.
Who else?
Uh,
Can't remember. It's just a bunch of new voices in here now. John S.
Yeah.
You don't hear him very much more.
Well,
Whenever I talk on a subject, people get upset, so I don't talk too much.
well, I mean, you know, back when we spoke, you used to be a little negative, and
I was realistic. Come on.
okay, you can say that, but it doesn't matter because now, you know, 3, 4 months ago we made up, and you're a good man. We have our
I, I
differences.
I don't recall making up. When did we do that? I don't remember saying love and kisses, love you forever, Jaconator. I don't ever recall that. I'm gonna keep that door open.
Well, I still love women, just so you know. I'm not gay. There's nothing wrong with that, but yes,
You
it's
had to go there.
well, I had to, but it was funny because a lot of people on the chat don't know what we had our differences, but it's good to have you. It's actually good to have you speaking on here. Krakatoa, because in the past 2 or 3 months, they're like, nobody talks on here anymore. And if
You,
you come to the
you missed
chat,
if you'd have been in here, you would have you might have heard some really good little sessions, especially
what?
when a little while ago now. Who was it? It was Top Cat. Top Cat came in middle of the night my time, so I was just listening to it on my iPad in bed, and he was just going off. He was a ball of fury. He's pissed off, man. But it was funny to
He's
listen to.
always,
It was fun. It was funny.
he's always fine crazy. We know that. It's all good.
He's not.
You know.
I think he's. I think he's. I get the impression he may have sacrificed a lot of money, and now he feels he's missing out on other things he could be doing with it. Given that we're near the bottom of the market, and that he could be investing in it with it, and now he thinks he may have been deprived of the use of it for an overlong period of time.
I don't know. I have to disagree with that. Let me tell you why. I always tell Cracker Talk, I've onboarded a shitload of people. And you know that. So I disagree, because if you're investing money to pay your rent or your light or your water or your gas or your food, whatever the case may be, well, that's not smart in any way, shape, or form. You have to be smart with your money. So that's what you do. You put money aside you can afford to lose. And I gotta tell you, I invested in HEX at 28 cents. And
You said 26 last time. I remember. You said
okay, so I'm
26
off at 2
cents.
cents. So I'm off for 2 cents. So I'm in trouble. Jack. Anyways,
Sorry,
okay,
you
I'm
said
off for 2.
you're up by 2 cents. Okay. All your sins
Okay.
remembered. Don't try and lie to me here. Now I remember everything you say. I've got that kind of brain that if you say something
Hold
in
on.
here, I will remember it.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I'm from Los Angeles, California. My numbers. I'm just kidding. So, anyways, it's cool. I invested and kept on DCing in, and we're gonna be okay. I think that people are like still waiting for the launch as well as I am, and I'm down. I'm not gonna lie. Of course, I gotta be down. You kidding me? I DC'd in all the way down, and I am down. But I will say this, Kagatoa, check this out. So do me a favor. I don't know if you have a computer in front of you, and if you don't, that's fine. But I talked to a day one Hexian today, here from Southern California, and he goes, "Check it in." He goes, "Do me a favor." He goes, "Go to Matic, Polygon Matic, and see what they did in the first year. In 1 year, what they did, and how many wallets they had." Okay, well, let me check it out. Of course, I didn't, but he got back to me. They had like 30 to 60,000 wallets. Let me ask you a question, Krakatoa. How many wallets does Pulsechain and PulseX have? Do you know? Because if you don't know, I'll tell you. Do you know?
Pulsechain and PulseX, they have no wallets.
Well, you're wrong. Come on, Jakey. Come on,
Well,
Krakatoa.
Pulsechain and PulseX don't exist. There are zero wallets, unless you're talking
No,
about sacrifice. Are you talking about sacrifice
yes,
addresses?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
well, fucking say that. Jesus Christ.
What else would I be saying? Jack?
I don't know. I could look it up, but I'm not going to bother. You tell me.
Okay. Well, anyways, it's like 200,000 wallets, Krakatoa. Okay. And I've been in my kitchen. I'm in my kitchen. It's a very nice kitchen. Yeah, we have nice, fabric team. Everything. Anyways, so listen. Um, it's a load of more wallets. Actually, I want to say five more 24 wallets in Pulsechain and PulseX, which means now let's go back to Matic and Polygon for a second. Yeah,
Hang on. hang on for a second. Some of those wallets belong to the same person. Like the same people sacrifice a Pulse chain as they did for PulseX. So that could be one person with 2 wallets minimum. Some people, like I know at least one person's got 73 wallets.
You sound like
You
JK.
know, I could be, but I know he's got. There's a couple of people who've got a lot of wallets. But so you can't say 100,000 users per se. Okay,
Yeah.
if it's 100,000 or 200,000, you gotta. It comes down to people, not wallets.
I would
But
agree.
same could be said for Matic, I suppose.
Oh, of course it could. So if they had 30, it could have been 15. Would you agree? If it was 30,000 wallets, it could have been 15. Would you agree?
Could have been. I don't know.
You have to. You'd have to. If that was your point, you have to agree with that. You'd have to agree with it. So anyways, long story short, is that
I don't.
you have to.
I
Going
don't.
off what you just said.
That
Well, after what you just said, you have to agree with that.
That's a bit of fluffy logic.
Well, I mean, you're from Australia. You're fluffy. Anyways, long story short, bro, it's gonna be a good thing. I mean, we're obviously looking for Richard to launch, and I understand that. You know, why wouldn't we? We invest a lot of money, and we're hoping to be blessed. So we'll see. You know, I will say this: if you look at layer ones, what's a layer one, Krakatoa? What's a layer one? Can you tell me that?
Bitcoin?
No, seriously.
Yes, it's a layer 1. Like
Okay,
Ethereum.
okay.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, they're layer 1s. Where Hex is a layer 2.
I agree with that. But I want you to tell me what other than Bitcoin, what's the layer one? What's the layer one? Can you say that at all, or
Ethereum.
you forgot?
Ethereum is a layer 1. There's another one.
Okay. What about Cardano? Is that layer one?
Cardano, yeah, Cardano. Solana.
Okay, well that's what I want you to say. I want you to say that so the people could hear that. It's important you say that.
Look, hey, you know what? It's going to be a short conversation. If your conversation depends on me being forced to say shit you want to hear, why don't you just say it?
No, Krakatoa. That's the point I'm trying to make is that I know you know where layer one is, but people on this chat don't know. That's the point. If you want to cut me off or whatever the case may be, that's fine.
I'm not.
I'm
But,
just,
you know.
I'm just saying, Krakatoa, that you and I know what we're talking about, what we're sharing right now with the people that are on this chat. So a layer one is a Cardano. It's an Ethereum. It's a Matic. Would you agree or no?
Yeah. Look.
Okay.
Just,
You'd have to agree with that because it's a fact. Let's agree. We have to agree. So
hey,
anyways,
you know what? Your conversation style would go a lot be well improved if you didn't say you have to agree. You can't. I mean, you should probably find a way of having a conversation without saying that all the time.
Okay. Well, if you don't agree, anyways, so a layer one is a layer. So layer one is layer one, and then we have the dexes, which is Uniswap. It is Sushi Swap. It is PulseX, which is coming soon. You know, a bunch of different ones. So it's all good. You know, I just want people to know, the people on the chat, in Krakatoa, I know you know what you're talking about, and I know I kind of do. But that's all I'm saying. So it's important that people understand what a layer one is. A layer one is a blockchain, and a layer two would be a DEX, which is a PulseX, a
No, you got that wrong. You just got that wrong.
No.
A layer two is not a layer two is not a DEX. Well, you said a layer two is a DEX, a decentralized exchange. Hex is a layer two. It's not an exchange. And so on and so forth. Any ERC20 is a layer two. They're not exchanges. Does it make sense?
Well, an exchange is different.
Uniswap and Match XYZ, their exchanges, their dexes, decentralized exchange, but they're not
I
a
agree with that.
ERC20. Uniswap has a token that's an ERC20, but it's not a DEX, but it's a layer 2. So the statement you just made was factually incorrect. I'm just telling you know.
Oh, well, you always do that, and that's okay. I don't mind you correcting me. I'm not perfect. Neither are you. Would you agree?
Grr.
I got a
There's
better
nobody.
I got a
There's
better
nobody
question.
perfect.
So I was doing some homework, or trying to, and I'm trying to figure out what other forks of Ethereum similar to Pulse have we had. And I asked for benchmarking purposes because, you know, you can look up some dexes to do some benchmarking for whatever it's worth as far as, you know, PulseX is concerned, because you got a bunch of dexes out there. But doesn't really seem like you have a whole lot of forks, or at least semi-successful forks. Of course, you have Ethereum Classic, but I mean like a fork similar to Pulse. Have we had anything like that?
Well, Ethereum Classic, to be sure, is not a fork. Ethereum in its current storm is the fork.
Right.
I would say the closest thing would be like AVAX or Binance BNB. They're all forks off Ethereum that are, you know, Pulse is going to be very similar to Binance.
Yeah, that's better.
That's interesting. I didn't know Binance Smart Chain was a fork off of Ethereum. I think AVAX, are you saying AVAX because of the EVM functionality? Is that why you say that?
Yeah, it's got EVM functionality. Any of the EVM chains, they forked off Ethereum, but they didn't launch with the full system state. They launched empty.
And Binance has BSC has EVM functionality.
Yeah, anything that you're able to use from MetaMask. So any of the chains that you can just punch in the RPC for on MetaMask is an EVM chain.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I don't know why a Google search proved so hard to produce the results, I guess, for that then. Because maybe I wasn't searching it right, but I tried searching it a few different ways and it wasn't showing that. But I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, the closest thing you can compare it to would be Binance, I think, as far as, you know, how the pricing and the speed of it and everything else. I mean, it's probably most comparable to Binance.
Well, I mean, I guess for benchmarking purposes, you got a whole bunch of chains that you can compare it to AX, compare it to Binance, you can compare it to Matic. You know, again, at least from a price perspective and trying to project, seems like, you know, there are quite a few things to compare it to. I mean, I don't know enough to put them side by side and say, okay, you know, you seem to say like BSC would be the closest thing to compare it to. Yeah, I don't know enough about that, but at least it's good to know that there are some options out there. So.
Hey, Impulsive, you there, bro?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
So, quick question for Krakatoa. Hopefully he's still on here. A layer 2 is a DEX, correct or no?
Hex is a decentralized exchange. The layer 2 is going to be a smart contract built on top of Ethereum.
So, okay, so it'll be a layer 2 then. I mean, let's be honest. Yes or no?
He's doing it again.
Well,
Stop it.
answer my question. I mean, no.
I did. I answered your
Hold on,
question comprehensively a few minutes ago, and now
No,
you're
you didn't.
fishing. You're
No, I
fishing
want.
for another answer.
Let impulsive answer. You scared him away, Krakatoa.
Well, I'm driving a scissor lift through Walmart right now. I can't be talking on my phone. I'm at work.
Okay. Well, I'll share this with you, Krakatoa, since you don't know. Okay.
Look, a DEX is a decentralized exchange which helps you trade layer 2 tokens between themselves, right? On top of a layer 1 like Ethereum.
I agree with that. Is Cardona a layer 1?
We had this discussion a few minutes ago. We agreed on that. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, I'll leave it alone.
So what are we eating?
Tortilla butter. Homemade tortilla.
Now I feel like a snack. God damn it.
Hey, Jake Canada, so you're in SoCal too?
Absolutely, bro. What is this?
It's MA. I heard you say that earlier, so that's why I was just asking.
Yep.
Where, if you don't mind sharing, are you in LA, Orange County, where?
Up the hill. You know what that is?
Yeah, it's kind of like pushing. I'm in LA. It's kind of like pushing the boundaries. You said Puente Hills, right?
I actually grew up in La Puente. I went to private school in La Puente. My parents sent me there. But now I'm up the hill. My parents are up the hill. Up the hill is like Upper Valley type area.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's pretty here in LA though.
What's that?
It's kind of cool you're here in LA. I mean, you know, California is Southern
Yeah,
California.
yeah, yeah. I didn't figure there. I mean, I know there are folks that come in the chat. They're in the U.S., but I didn't figure there are too many people that are one in California and then two in LA. So, Krakatoa, I don't know if you want to share where you're at, but I think you said you're in SoCal too, right?
Hell no.
Hell no. I'm in Brisbane, Australia.
Oh, I thought you said you're in Southern California. Maybe I got you mixed up with someone else.
No, that was Jake. It was,
No, I got him. I thought there was someone else in the chat that said they're from SoCal too, but never mind.
Hey, mate. So you're from Southern California, bro?
That's right. I'm in LA.
DM me, bro. Send me your number. I'd love to speak with you.
For sure. Yeah. Hey, Krakatoa, was it you in the chat last night that was chatting with Papa about the Engrave wallet?
Oh no, I missed that one.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe he was the guy who I got confused with that's in SoCal. But, one thing I'm kind of wondering about, I know there's some folks in here that probably have both kind of wallets, the Model T, Treasury Model T, and I think Model 1 is the other one. For folks that have both, because you've used both, if anyone cares to share, why they find which one's better than the other one, I'd be curious to hear.
Well, I've got both, and they're both equally useful. The Model T is just like got a nice touchscreen, big touchscreen. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. I've heard that the Model T is a bit more user friendly. If you kind of look at them side by side on the Treasury website, I know the Model T's got more coins and stuff. So outside of whatever you can see superficially in terms of, okay, comparison chart, it ticks these many more boxes, that ticks less boxes. I was just wondering from someone who actually has both, again, knowing that there are people in here that have both, okay, what else can you tell me as far as making a case for one versus the other? Because they're both hardware wallets at the end of the day, they both do what they do. But does it justify the additional cost? Which, I get it in the big scheme of things, it's probably not that big of a deal. But if I don't need to spend it, I'd rather not spend the money, because at the end of the day, what are you looking for? You're looking for a hardware wallet. But, I'll pay for it if it's worth it. I guess that's the question. Is it worth the extra money?
It's only worth it if you're going to use one of the extra features. And the only extra feature that really counts is the extra coins that you can have in. If you're not using them, there's no point paying the extra money. And by the way, they actually use different cables as well. The cables aren't interconnectable.
I noticed that, yeah. So the
But
US,
yeah, I only got the Model T because it came out. I thought I want one just to try it out. But having had one, I won't buy another one because it's just they're way like 3 times the cost for something that affords the same level of security as the Model 1.
yeah, and that's what I was looking at today. I'm like, look, at the end of the day, if they both do what they're intended to do, which is provide you security, is it really worth paying almost 3 times more? Which I don't really know. I guess to me, why you are. I mean, maybe it's the bigger screen or whatever, but really 3 times more and you get a few extra coins. I don't know. Maybe there's more
Well,
technology to it.
that bigger screen, um, I rarely use. I do use it actually. The Model 1, when you enter your PIN code, you do it on the screen. On the Model T, you enter PIN code on the screen on the Trezor itself, like you touch screen. So you got that. That's the difference. But yeah. So if you're using a PC or a laptop, you're using a mouse to going on the Trezor suite to input your PIN code when you're looking at your Trezor, but you're inputting on the screen in whatever fashion it is. But on the Model T, you're actually touch screening it with your thumb or your finger on the screen of the Trezor itself. That's the
Okay.
difference.
Gotcha. I think I've heard that also before too. I forgot, slipped my mind. So for the Model 1, you're saying you have to do it from within the suite itself, but for the Model T, you can also do it from the wallet.
Yeah. In fact, it'll indicate. I think it on the Trezor suite will detect that it's a Model T, and you'll have to do it on the touch screen, which
Oh,
is no
okay. You
hardship.
have to.
It's a big enough.
Gotcha.
It's a big enough touch screen. So
So it sounds like you're essentially paying 3 times more for it being somewhat more user friendly. That's kind of what it sounds like.
yeah, but you don't need it. Like I won't buy another one. I don't need the extra shit.
Cool. Thanks for sharing that.
Johnny Will, how you doing, bro?
All doing good, my brother.
Good
Can you
to
hear
see
me?
you, man. Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm just laying here listening to you guys tonight. I door dashed till about 10 o'clock tonight.
Amen. Good to see you, man.
Yeah,
Haven't
good to,
talked to you in
good
a
to,
couple months.
yeah, yeah. I got kind of beat up, in my investments, so I've kind of taken a back seat,
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to secure some of the PulseX from a friend. So I feel good about that. But I was buying Hex when it was 17 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, and I don't know if I should load up any more right now, or just wait till the Pulsechain launches and pick up some that way. I don't know.
Do me a favor. Hey Johnny, do me a favor. You have my number. Call me tomorrow about 1 o'clock. Okay, so you're Central Time or what? Right?
Texas time, whatever that is. Now, are we behind you, or
Yeah,
what?
I'm in California. You know that. So call me tomorrow about 2 o'clock your time. I want to talk to you. I want to see if I can help you, brother. Love you.
Okay, man. Hey, I appreciate that so much. And
Amen.
anyway, I'm still excited about the investment, but I just hadn't been that active lately.
I got you. I agree. It's kind of disheartening. We've been waiting for a while. I understand that. We're gonna be okay, bro. But I want to
Yeah.
talk to you about some other stuff off the top of my head. So call in tomorrow, and I'd love to have a word with you. It's important.
Okay, at 2 o'clock tomorrow. All right,
Yep.
that sounds good. Let's see. Can you? Where's your number at? I guess you can send it to me, huh? Or I guess I can find it on.
I'll DM you right now, bro. I'll DM you right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, nice to talk to you, brother.
Amen. God bless you, man.
Okay. Talk to you later. Bye bye.
Hey, Johnny, Will, we're gonna be best, brother. You know that, right?
Absolutely. I definitely believe that. And patience is the key.
That's right. All things come to folks that wait. Bottom line.
Yeah, my wife's right here. You want to say something to Jakeinator, baby? She's sound asleep.
Well, Johnny, Will, you tell her I said hello. You tell her. Obviously, we've had a conversation before, and just tell her that you know we're kind of like a waiting point right now to figure out what's going on. But I gotta tell you, I don't know if she's listening to me right now, but we're gonna be blessed. We gotta hang on. We gotta hold on, and we're gonna be okay. And especially you, Johnny. Will, I know what you do for your community. I know who you are as a person, and you're such a blessing. So we're gonna be okay. You know who I am. Because we spoke before. But we're gonna be blessed, bro. You're gonna be okay, and you have a community around you that believe in you as well. So looking forward to meeting you one day. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, she heard you. Yeah, she was listening.
Amen.
She's tired. She's been taking care of grandbabies today. So, you got any of those yet, brother? You got any
Oh yeah.
grandbabies yet?
Oh yeah. I got 4 of them.
Yeah, I've got one that's 2 and one that's 4, and they are a handful. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah. It's so crazy though, is because everybody thinks their grandkids are really pretty, but some of them are ugly. and, and it's so funny because I'm in the car business, and you look at these folks and little kids, and you gotta it is what it is. But I mean, even when their kids are ugly, they think they're pretty. Like my grandkids, for instance, they could be very ugly. As a matter of fact, I will send a picture over to you here shortly. But I think they're so pretty. I mean, my grandson, he's so, and my granddaughter. Are you kidding me? We're just so blessed. And I tell my son, who also sacrificed for PulseX, not Pulsechain, but PulseX, how blessed we're going to be, and I say it with conviction, and it's a good thing, and I know you've DM'd me a couple times here and there, and I got to tell you, I have not faltered in any way, shape, or form. I've always told you that we're going to be okay. Only thing that sucks right now is it hasn't launched. We're hoping to launch and launch and launch, and it has not launched. But it's okay because all good things come to those who wait. So we're gonna be okay, bro.
Yeah, it would make sense for them to launch this before the convention, the conference they're having in Vegas. Do you think that's still on? Are they?
100%, 100% is still on, 100%. But I will say this. But let me tell you why. I said this earlier tonight. But can Pulsechain launch after Ethereum 2.0? Yes, it can. Will it behoove us to do it prior? Yes, it will. So they're talking about E 2.0 launching in September, which people think, oh, well, the gas fees are going to change. Well, they're bringing it down to the Pulsechain gas fees. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. When my nieces, my brother had $6, and when they were investing in sacrifice for PulseX, I'm like, Uncle Jigadator, what's going on with this? What is they want to put $100 in? It was $50 at the time. Gas fees are down right now. Don't get me wrong. But back then, it was $50. So if you want to invest $100 or $200 or $500, it was very expensive for you to be able to sacrifice. It was very expensive. So and I go, well, that's why you're sacrificing, because when Pulsechain comes out, it'll be a tenth of a penny. So these folks that think that Ethereum 2.0 is going to come out and it's go down to Pulsechain as far as gas fees, it's ridiculous. It's not going to happen. Profex has said that. Walrus has said that. A lot of important people way smarter than me have said that. So yeah, we're going to be okay. We just have to hold. We have to hodl. We have to hodl, and you have to. People realize people make their money right now.
Yeah.
Johnny will. They make their money when you make your money right now. You make your money when prices are down, and then you find out your money in a bull market. So you make your money right now, and then you realize your gains in a bull market, and that's a fact. That is a fact. Anybody wants to dispute that? I'm good with that. Come on, just bring it on. But that's a
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah, I agree.
Amen.
You said you're in the car business. What kind of cars do you sell? You sell new cars or?
Well, Johnny Wilt, my best friend, other than my brother, he's my boss, and he got me into the car business. Well, he did not get me in the car business, but he owns a dealership, and I work there 3 days a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I work 12 days a month, and I do okay. I'm blessed. But he got me into Pulsechain back in last year last year. I want to say May or June. So I got into Hex at 28 cents, and then I made some money. Went up high to 54 cents. Never sold anything, and then it went back down. But I'm okay with that because um, the reason why I was able to onboard a bunch of people is because I told them to only invest what you can afford to lose. So everybody's down right now. Everybody's in Hex. Everybody's in, basically hex. We sacrifice, but because we sacrifice, our money hasn't went anywhere, nowhere. So if we sacrifice, our money is good because it hasn't went up, hasn't went down. So we're good there. But as far as when it's going to launch, I got to tell you, it could be next month. I really feeling strong about next month, Johnny will. Only because you were on here earlier. But I really think maybe next month, but at the latest November. But we'll see. That's just me. It's some financial advice, but we'll see.
Yeah.
There's 120,000 Bitcoin. They got ripped off in 2014, 8 years ago, and it's coming back into their pockets again here soon. I want to say for sure next month, for sure 100% next month. So if you
Allegedly.
take up, no, not allegedly. This is a fact.
They've been
If you
saying
take
that for 6
100
years. They've been saying it for 6 years.
easy, JK. I know it's Krakatoa, same thing, but that's incorrect because in 2019 there were 24,000 of them released. 24,000 Bitcoins. Go and Google it as we're on speaker. Go and Google it, Krakatoa. Anyways, there's 100, I want to say 117, could be 140,000 Bitcoins released in at least 117,000 Bitcoins released next month. So that's the reason why I think Bitcoin's going to bottom out and we'll launch. That's my thoughts. Now, I could be, Krakatoa could be right, whatever he's saying, but we'll see.
So you're thinking we could see a $10,000 Bitcoin or lower? You never know.
No, I don't.
140,000 Bitcoins hitting the market won't do it.
Okay, so to answer your question, Jay, will no, I don't think it will. I'm thinking 14, 15,000, maybe 12. Richard Hart says 11,000 or 12,000, but I don't see that coming. Again, it's just my opinion. I'm thinking 12, 13, 14,000. If it does
Hey,
that,
Jake, are these Bitcoin being dumped on the market or are they being handed back to the original owners?
Say that again.
These Bitcoins, these hacked Bitcoins that are being repatriated, are they being dumped on the market or are they being handed back to their original owners?
That's a good question, Krakatoa, and I'll answer that question for you. They're given back to the original owners. They're not being dumped on the market. So now, let's just say, Krakatoa, that it was you and I and Jay Will. Back in 2014, we bought Bitcoin for, I don't know, 50, 100 bucks. And we invested a ton of money. And you've been waiting 8 years to get your money back. Would you probably take some of your gains, Krakatoa? I mean, just on top of your head, would you?
I know. I probably would.
You would.
Yeah.
Are you kidding
me?
Come on.
The desperados will dump, but there's a lot of them aren't desperados. So it's a percentage thing. Not all of them are going to dump.
I agree. Krakatoa,
So you can't say 100. You can't say 140,000 Bitcoin are going to get dumped because that's not going to happen.
I agree.
And if say if some dump and the price goes down a few $1,000s, well then the rest dump into a declining market, or they will wait for the market to recover before they sell. You know, there's a lot of other stuff going to happen, and will some of them, having realised that whilst they were deprived of the Bitcoin's hit $69,000 and may well go back up again, maybe they'll just sell half of them and hang on to the other half, or hang on to all of them.
What are you talking about? $69,000? What are you talking about? Bitcoin to 23 grand. What are you talking about? What are you 69,000? What are you talking about?
Didn't you hear what I said, Cloth Ears? I said
No,
whilst they were deprived of their Bitcoin due to the hack, Bitcoin has gone up to $69,000, then come back down to $23,000. Okay, so knowing that there's been a previous high of $69,000, maybe some of them will hang on to it, hoping they'll approach that again. Why not? If they don't need the money, why not hang on and wait for and sell at a higher price? Who says they're going to sell now? Why would they sell now?
Krakatoa, that's a great point. That's a great point.
Why?
I'm glad you brought that
In
up.
other words, why would you sell at the bottom of the market when you can wait a bit and sell halfway to the top?
That's
Even
a
better.
great point. Okay, that's a great point. And let me answer that question. Let's go back 8 years. 8 years. And I'm gonna use
I remember it
myself.
well. I remember it well.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I'm not married. Okay, but I'm gonna use myself as this example. So me and my wife invested Bitcoin at $50 or $100 8 years ago, and we invested $5,000. And now that $5,000 is worth $2, $3, $4 million, whatever you do the numbers. Do you seriously think now these people get the money back here in the next week or two? Do you seriously think they're not gonna take any money? Nothing? No. Let me finish, and then you can speak. I would say, Krakatoa, I would say 60 to 70% of them are going to take some profits. The other 30% maybe didn't need the money, but at the time, they probably did. So I'm just saying, I got to tell you, it's going to dump. Today is the 20. My brother's birthday is Friday, July 29th. So today is the 27th. Watch.
It's just not going to be enough to make a dent, in my opinion. Is it going to drop maybe $1,000, $2,000, $3,000? Let's even say $4,000. Maybe, sure. And $4,000 is really pushing it. Even if they were to dump all 140,000, which we know all 140,000 is not going to get dumped. So I don't know. Is it going to drop? Possibly. Sure. I mean, you could probably factor that in just to the day-to-day volatility, but it's not going to be enough to drop it all of a sudden, in my opinion, to 14, 15, 13K. It's just not that much Bitcoin. 140K. And because, again, you got to remember, this is not 140K that everyone's going to drop or dump all at once, all at the same time. So it's just not going to happen.
Okay.
You also got to remember, like recently, in recent times, I mean, this year, 80,000 Bitcoins were dumped, and it didn't do much.
When?
Well, a month and a half ago, 80,000 Bitcoins got dumped on the market. It was part of the fallout of. It was part of the fallout of the 3 hours capital, the Celsius, and the other one. They they dumped 80,000 Bitcoin. Yeah, what? Righto, whatever you reckon, but it didn't do much. It all got eaten. It all got eaten up.
Hey, MA. Okay, so back to your point. I agree with you to a point, and let me tell you why.
You agree with him, but you don't agree with me.
Well, let me finish my thought. Okay, so MA, I agree. Krakatoa, come on, we're friends now, so stop. You and I are buddies. So let's keep it going. But MA, let me go back to your point. I agree with you. If let's just say, and I think it's 117,000 Bitcoins. It could be more. Let's just say 117,000. I would agree. Not everybody's going to dump. But I will say this. If 60% of them dump, and you own a shitload of Bitcoin, and you see it going through, you see it dropping, forget about Mt. Gox for a second, because that's going to happen. They're going to dump. Let's say half of them do. The other ones don't. Okay. What about the other folks that own Bitcoin? And they see it dropping. You think they're not going to dump too? Hell yeah.
Hey, Jakinator, I'll drop a stat in real time for you. So I'm looking at CoinMarketCap. The volume, the 24-hour volume as of this moment is 1.5 million Bitcoin. 1.5 million Bitcoin, which is about 35 billion. Okay, so let's say all 140,000 Bitcoin gets dumped. That's about 10%, and it's not even 10%. It's 9.26%. So let's round it to 10%. So you take 10% off of Bitcoin's price right now, which is about 23,100, rounding up a little bit. What is that? That's about 2,500. So at the most, even if it drops by 10%, or the Bitcoin gets dropped, all that Bitcoin gets dumped, you're talking about 10%, which we know that's not even going to happen. So could there be some volatility? Yes. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Now, again, in a month's time, Bitcoin could be at 20 grand. So you got to take 10% from there. But again, I mean, point being, I just don't think it's to the extent that we all think, or maybe even hope that it's going to be. So
I agree with you.
Just based off some numbers. But hey, if it drops, it's an opportunity to buy, right? So we'll just have to wait and see.
If it's at 30 grand when it gets dropped, who cares?
Hold on, Krakatoa. It's gonna be at 30. It's not gonna be at 30,000 in a week.
Oh, you can tell. You can tell the future. You can tell the future. All of a sudden, come on, you don't know that.
I'm from Los Angeles. You're from God knows. Just kidding. Okay, Krakatoa. What is your estimate of when Pulsechain is gonna launch? Do you have an opinion on that, or just you're just sit in the background? What's your opinion?
Hey, let's discuss a couple of different options. What most people think, no matter what he says, they think Richard is going to launch at the bottom of the market, which makes sense. He did it to HEX. It's going to launch in 2 weeks for a year. Right?
I agree.
He's got form for it. Okay. Why not let the history repeat itself? No matter what he says, what he's going to do, probably launch on the bottom of the market. When do you know it's the bottom of the market? I'll answer the question. You know the bottom of the market sometime after the bottom has been hit. You never know it when it hits. The bottom of every market has always been identified well after the bottom has hit. So that would mean, Richard being not superhuman, he will launch after the bottom of the market. That makes sense? Because he would have to identify. He would have to identify. He would have to identify that the bottom has actually hit. Hang on, you let me talk. He would have to identify the bottom is in. You want to know for sure, right? So that means he would actually launch after the bottom is in, when the market's sort of on an established uptrend, at the beginnings of it anyway. So if you can figure out when that is, that's an indication, I think.
Okay. Well, you didn't answer the question. You never did.
Well, I haven't. That's because I haven't finished. That's because I haven't finished. Okay.
Well, it's not like
someone else about to.
Come on.
Someone else about to say something. I'll let them duck in if they want to. MA, I think.
Yeah, just a quick counter argument to that. Remember, up until May, RH never gave a deadline. But for the first time that I remember, and that he actually officially posted, he said it's going to launch mid-May. So, just going back to the bottom of the market, which I guess for that point in time, it did happen, right? Whenever the Terra collapse happened and all that, I mean, we did dump. So chicken or the egg, coincidence, or it just so happened. I mean, had he launched, he would have pretty much nailed the bottom. But now I think it's a matter of, hey, is he just going to launch when it's ready, or is he actually going to try and time the bottom? Because again, we're pretty much bottom-ish. So does it really matter if he gets the full bottom, or if we pretty much launch now? But go ahead.
Well, according to Richard, the bottom is at 10 or 11K, and we've got nowhere near it. So if he's waiting for his bottom, who knows? So he's got to make a judgment call whether 10K or 11K is actually going to be possible. If it looks like it's not going to happen, he's going to have to readjust.
But he's always been saying the 10 or 11K, right? But then again, he almost launched mid-May.
Almost. He said he was, but he didn't. That's all I know. That's all any of us know. That's all any of us actually know, right? He said he was gonna, and he didn't. Okay. Since then, no definitive date. I'm going on past history. He likes to launch at the bottoms. He's done it before. He's got form for it. I reckon, personally, he's doing it
I
again.
agree. I agree.
Okay. Now, also, I'll add on to my response to you, Jake. We've got this movie coming out that's not his project. He's in it, but it's not his project. Okay, it's someone else's movie. They're trying to hawk it to Netflix or something like that. Here's a take on that. Say that movie launches December or January, depending, and a whole thousand of people see this movie on Netflix. Okay, and they go, maybe a percentage of them go, hot damn, this looks like hot shit. I want to invest in this, and they go search for it, and it's not up yet. It doesn't make sense. What would be the point of having the movie come out, but the project's not out? Okay,
right.
I reckon it's got to come out before the movie. If it doesn't, if it happens the other way around, it's going to be a massive flop because people are going to, well, fuck me, I can't invest in it. What's the point of this movie?
Krakatoa, that's why I have information that you don't know, and I'll share it with you if you want to hear it.
Hang on. Well, okay, you go on. I had another third point to make, but go on.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
No. You had information. I like information.
So there's a Hexagon, day one Hexagon, who's a millionaire. I met with him. I ate with him.
I'm a day one
he's my
Hexagon.
Okay. What? I never met you. I'm talking about a man I met, a gentleman I met 20 years ago. He's a good friend of mine. He's a day one Hexagon.
In the gay bar.
Shut up, Nick.
Go on.
Anyways. So, he so Richard Hart and the people from the documentary, the producers and directors said, look, we're not gonna finish this movie until you launch. And Richard Hart told him, you can Google it, do whatever the hell you want, that's fine, because I know this is fact. So he's like, well, Richard Hart's like, no, I want you to launch it now. He goes, no, we're not launching it until you're ready. Until Pulsechain launches. So but their last season is going to be launched on a yacht. So a day one Hexagon was a millionaire, a good friend of mine. He's here from Southern California, and he doesn't have a yacht, but he has access to a yacht. So he called me up today and said, Jigadator, they want a yacht. So I offered him a yacht. I don't own a yacht, but I have a friend who owns a yacht. He's a millionaire now, and so Richard Hart DM'd him back and said, dude, where's your yacht? He was here in Newport, California. And Richard Hart said, dude, I need a yacht in Europe. So long story short, Richard Hart reached out to somebody else, and now he has a yacht in Europe. Now, let's go back to the first thing I said, which is,
hey, Jake, real quick. Just real quick. Did RH put out a tweet like last week, 2 weeks ago sometime, asking about a yacht? Did you see that? I'm sure there was some of you girls.
Well, you just confirming what I just said. Let me finish, please. So Richard Hart told my friend, who's a day one Hexagon, and he's in Newport, California. I don't need your yacht there. I need a yacht in Europe. So he acquired a yacht in Europe. And again, let's go back to the director and producers of this documentary. And they said, we are not going to launch. We are not going to finish this movie until you launch. Now they're looking for a yacht. And their last scene is going to be on a yacht. And Richard Hart is going to have that yacht the next week or two. Now, I could be wrong. But let's put this together for a second. If they're not going to launch until Pulsechain, they're not going to end their movie, their documentary, until it launches. Yet he needs a yacht, and the last scene is going to be shot on a yacht. Yet Richard Hart got back to my friend, who I've known for 20 years, and said, I need a yacht in Europe. And now he has a yacht in Europe. It's 100 feet or 108 feet. I want to say 108 feet. Please write that down. 108 feet, because that's what I heard today. Yeah. And the producer said, we're not going to launch until that. Now, if that's the case, he's getting a yacht, and the producer said they will not launch until Pulsechain launches. Let's put two and two together. It very well could be Krakatoa, okay, the next week or two. Now, just put that together with the Mt. Gox and all this other crap I told you about. These bitcoins are going to be coming into fruition to the people that lost their ass in 2014. I could be right, and I could be right, and go back and look at this, and I could be wrong. But wouldn't that be awesome? I talked to Deadbed, I talked to Redneck, and I talked to Tam and a bunch of people here today, and they very well could happen because the last shot they're going to take is going to be on the yacht, and that's why Richard Hart didn't reach out, but my friend reached out to Richard Hart, and so it could happen here next week or two. I'm thinking maybe before at least the second week of August. Now, either that or November, I'm thinking. I don't know, but let's just see.
What could happen? What could happen the next week or two?
The launch.
The launch? I thought you. I think it's a bit thin.
Okay.
Why couldn't Richie just hurry up for a day? Just hurry up for a day.
Okay. It's okay. I mean, I don't know. Let's just see. If I'm right, we'll all be blessed, and if I'm wrong, we're still gonna be blessed.
Here's just my quick question. I mean, Richard's in Europe. Half the probably yachts in the world are in freaking Europe. You look at Monaco. Why wouldn't he just somehow try and get it in Europe? I mean, it's one thing to reach.
Yeah, it'd be easiest shit in the world just to rent a yacht for a day with crew. Just nothing.
You did.
Okay. So from that, you're surmising that he's shooting the last scene.
Yes, but yet the producers and
directors say that's happened. Say he's got a yacht and he's shot the last. They shot the last scene. Okay, so what's going to come first, the chicken or the egg? Richard, who says he's not launching till after the movie, or the movie who said they're not going to launch till he's launched? Which one's going to break?
The director said, "We will not put your documentary into circulation until you launch." And so Richard Hart said, "I need a yacht." And again, Krakatoa, I'm not a freaking whale, but my friend is. He's a whale in Hex. So my friend reached out to Richard Hart, said, "Dude, I don't have a yacht, but I have a friend who has a yacht here in Newport, California." Richard Hart said, "You know what? I don't." And again, I'm just going off what my friends are telling me. Okay, I live in Southern California, and these guys, they're owners of dealerships and everything else. I'm sure you know that. And they told him, "Look, I don't need a yacht in Newport. I need a yacht in Europe." So Richard Hart came across a yacht, and now he has a yacht. I want to say 108 feet. Now, again, you can quote me on this. What's today? Wednesday. Okay, and so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But this day one Hexagon is like Jiganator. I gotta tell you, bro. We'll see. And he even told me, he goes, "You want some hopium? Let me tell you." And then he got into this conversation. So I could be wrong. No big deal. But I could be right. And if I'm right, it would be next. I would say before. I say mid-August. But we'll see.
Hey, Krakatoa, since you're a day one Hexagon, is it safe to say you have some quote unquote friends that you could, do some investigation, see what's going on?
That's a great point.
Yeah, well, I don't live in Europe. I live as far from Europe as you possibly I live in far from Europe as you could possibly get. It takes me. The last time I went to Europe, it took me 3 plane flights.
No one's saying go to
30,
Europe.
33 fucking hours in the air it took me to get there.
No one's
And
saying
of
go
course,
to Europe, but maybe check in with your friends. If you got some Hex friends or Hex whales or J1 Hex. That's
they're
what
all
I'm saying.
Australian. They're all in the
Oh,
same boat.
okay.
They're all Australian, and some of them, you know what, you might know who they are, but I won't say their names. But they have just as few clues as I do. Really, they're not in the so-called inner circle. And when I say the inner
But Chuck,
circle, I mean the inner circle of anonymous people, mostly,
Right.
that you won't know.
good point.
Now, I had a third point I was going to make, and I've been sidetracked. I'll have to remember it now. Anyway, the people, the director of the movie, they've got to actually sell it. They haven't sold it yet. They've got to sell it to Netflix or something
That's correct.
to get it released. They got to sell it yet. So finishing it doesn't mean they've sold it. They might have finished it, but they got to find a buyer first.
They haven't
People aren't
finished
really
it.
people aren't really watching Netflix these days, so I don't know if that's really a good thing.
I mean, I don't know how old you are, and you sound young. But let me ask you a question: when you watch a movie, do you like a climax at the end? Could you imagine if you could figure out somebody died or somebody lived, or they caught the bad guy or the good guy? Come on, that's the reason why the producers are, dude, we're out.
If it's a
Think about
porno,
that for a
I
second.
definitely want the climax at the end. Yep.
You know,
Well, you got to also, I mean, look, in all seriousness, though, look, that's fine. We can use all the marketing, all the hype that we can get, all the climaxes that we can get. But I mean, again, you also got to consider no publicity, I guess, is bad publicity, as they say, as the cliche goes. But how many of those people are we going to convert, and actually end up buying Pulse? So, that's also the question I would ask. 25%, 30%. I don't think it's going to be 50%. I don't even know if it's going to get to 25%. Again, considering the times that we're in, considering that Bitcoin's getting the rap that it's getting, again, right now. So, again, just some things to keep in mind. I sacrificed, I'm hoping that it balloons and moons, but, just trying to be realistic too.
I mean, I gotta tell you, bro, and I'm glad you're here tonight because I said this earlier. If we want a moon, and you're not telling your friends and family about this Richard projects, about PulseX, Pulsechain, in Hex, but yeah, you want to, even Gamma, you don't get. I mean, I'm sure you know who Gamma is, correct?
Yeah, I've seen him in the chat.
Okay, so Gamma is smart, very smart man, very sharp, but yet he said chickenator. That's not me. I'm not gonna onboard anybody. I'm not gonna do it. But yet he comes out here and gets so much really cool information. And I've onboarded a shitload of people. Krakatoa, I'm sure you know that. And I don't need to lie to kick it. I am who I am. But to me, if we don't get the word out, how the hell do we think that our banks are ever gonna pump? How can you and let me
No,
show you this.
I don't dispute that. No, all I'm saying is that my only thing is, again, how many of these people are we going to actually convert? That's my only thing. Again, I don't, I hope scream it from every rooftop that you can get, again, all the marketing, do all that. All I'm saying is, again, how much of this audience are we going to convert? That's my only question. And it's not like we're going to know that. I'm not expecting anyone to give me an answer, but that's just my thing. But again,
would you agree that we have to get the word out or no?
Oh, for sure, of course, that goes without saying.
Well, that's what I do.
Hey, Jake, I found
That's
some
what I
news
do.
on the I found some news on the Mt. Gox Bitcoin. I'll read out a couple of paragraphs. Tell me what you think.
Go ahead.
Mt. Gox was an infamous Japanese cryptocurrency exchange that went broke in 2014. Users penniless after years of legal battles. Trustees appointed by the Tokyo District Court are set to distribute about 150,000 Bitcoin amongst its creditors. They were supposed to submit the rehabilitation plan by February 19. and started compensating creditors for losses. However, the court has repeatedly moved the deadline upon the request from the trustee. December 15 is the latest deadline in the Mt. Gox rehabilitation process. By this date, the trustee shall provide the rehabilitation plan and distribute the coins from the company's wallets to compensate users for losses. Wow. That article was in August 2020. And there's been other versions of that same article year after year after year. So how definite is these Mt. Gox plans are going to be distributed this year? What makes this year different from last year, 2020, and the year before and the year before? What makes it different?
Well, you just kind of reiterated my point, which in 2019 there were 24,000 bitcoins distributed. Can you read that or no?
It says 150,000 here, so obviously you've got to distribute some.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but subtract 24,000, which is at what 125,000, which is 8,000 less than what I said. But in 2019, they were distributed. Would you agree or not? Read it, please. They were, bro. You know Crypto Goose.
I'm just saying the promise to distribute these coins has been going on. Has been a yearly event for the last 6 or 7 years.
Okay, well, I'll bet you.
I want to know what makes this year definitive the year. What's happened that's different from last year and the year before and the year before?
Well, the year before was 2019 when 24,000 of them were distributed. That's a difference. And this year, they're saying they're not saying, well, I don't know, 10,000 or 20. They're saying they're going to be distributed. Bottom line. And again, I could be wrong. And so could you.
In 2020, in 2019, they did start to distribute the 150,000, but then they got told to stop. And here we are 3 years later, 3 years later. So they started, then they had to stop.
We'll see.
My question is what makes this year different from 19, 20, 21?
Well, there's none distributed 20 or 21. So that's incorrect. 2019, last time they were distributed. But this year, we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Well, no, next month, we'll come back on this chat. So I'm here every day. I'm doing the other bullshit chat. So I'm here with you.
I want to know more about this other. I want to know more about this bullshit chat you're in. What was the subject of it? What was the subject matter of the bullshit chat? Was it cryptocurrencies? Was it cars? Was it bukkake? What?
It was the goal. At first, it was really cool, and anybody be over there, I'm not gonna lie to you, and but when you start disrespecting different deals, I'm up. So I'm up, and they know that. So I'm back on here, and we're gonna get the chat.
You know that happens to just about every Telegram chat. It's like a law of Telegram chats. It's like a law of like this one went to shit. They had to nuke everyone when you enter it. They had to nuke it because of one guy. It only takes one guy.
Well, it's crazy, Krakatoa, because that same guy did the same thing in the other chat. He disrespected me. He disrespected my parents. He disrespected God. He was just all jacked up. So now I'm back on this chat, and we're gonna bring some life back to this chat, and we're gonna be okay.
And he still bombs this chat too.
I know he does. He's a piece of shit. We all know what we're talking about.
I know where he lives too. I'm off to pay him a visit. I don't know. Put something in his letterbox.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. But anyways, but it's a good conversation. I think it's good that we come on here and talk because people come onto the chat to learn, like I did when I first came on, and it's a good thing. We're back on here. So, and the people that were on that chat are coming back to this chat, and we're gonna be okay. So,
Hey, was 10,000 Kit Kats on your other channel?
for like 2 or 3 days. 10,000 Kit Kats. He's my friend. I know him personally. I talked to him on the phone, and I I ended up not liking some of the things he said. So, but it's all good. You know, he's a good guy. He's not my favorite guy, but he's a good guy. It's all good. You have 30 people on here right now. It's kind of cool.
Taking it here. Are we going to be blessed?
What's up, big bud? How you doing?
Good. I just came in here
Good to
because I heard we're going to be blessed.
You got that right, brother. You got that right. We are gonna be blessed. 100%. If you're in this chat, you're gonna be blessed.
A room full of millionaires.
Well, depending on how much you put in, but yeah, I agree. Hey, big bud, what state are you in? I forgot.
Carolina.
Where?
North Carolina.
Oh, nice. Cool. I talked to some buddies in Alaska today. Some Navy guys like myself, and it's kind of cool.
It's pretty awesome, man. Just letting you guys know, another North Carolina guy checking in here, listening to the chat.
Who is that?
Yeah, my name's Keenan Frizzell. I've been following Hex for about a year and a half now.
Amen, Kenyon. God bless you, man. Good to see you. I'm glad you spoke up, and we love to have some new folks on here. I haven't spoke with you before, but I gotta tell you, Pulsechain and PulseX, it's gonna be launching here. I don't know. My guess the next month could be the end of the year. I really believe in my heart of hearts it will not go into next year. I say November at the latest, but we'll see. But good to meet you, man.
Man, it's nice to always talk with people. I've been in the chat several times, but haven't really spoken much. I was sitting there scrolling through the feed. I don't know exactly who was just speaking. Can I ask who was speaking?
This is Jakeinator.
Jakeinator. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, like I said, I've been with Hex about a year and a half now. I didn't get the sack for Pulse, but I did sack for the PulseX. I'd love to sacrifice some Pulse too as well, but I caught on just a little late. Shit, man, I'd love to have been one of the early guys to get in on Hex. It would have been nice. It would have been nice to see that 56 cent all time high. To be honest, I bought in at around 30 some cent. Um, been buying as it goes down, just keep buying. I made my last purchase at 3 cent. You know, bags are still down, but hey, I've come up with a lot of tokens. Once we see a new all time high, we'll be sitting pretty nice.
Good to hear you, man. Good to hear you. It's good that you spoke up because a lot of folks come on here and it's hard to know what they're thinking, and please come up back on here and speak when you can. It's definitely a blessing. I've came on here and learned just like you did about a year and 2 months ago, and I've been learning, and I've been trying to onboard some folks, and we can't expect our bag to be pumped unless we get the word out. So God bless you. I'm glad you're on here, And whenever I'm on here or anybody else is on here, feel free to speak up and guy put your 2 cents in because we don't know what you're thinking. If you have a question or a concern, it's good to come back on here and say, hey, look, Jake and Nader or Walrus or Krakatoa or Big Bud, or whatever the case may be. So thanks so much for coming on and speaking up. It's definitely a blessing, bro. Gotta tell you.
Yeah, man, no problem. I'm stoked for the launch of Pulsechain. Hey, I've been anxiously waiting, just like the rest of us. We're all ready for it, but we got to remember, guys. It's not get rich quick. You have to buy the dips, sell the highs, um, hold your bag tight. Weak hands fumble the ball. You know, and I'm a developer myself. I'm a crypto developer myself. I'm working on other projects, and to be honest, I'm new to this. I've been into crypto for a while, but I'm new to developing smart contracts. I've been doing it for about a year now, and I'm deeply enrooted in my own project. But as well, I also promote Hex and the launch of Pulsechain within my own project. And crypto is amazing, man. We're just learning how to bring crypto to the modern humans, because it takes someone with a little bit of smartness to them to get into crypto in the beginning anyway, because most people's afraid to jump off the boat, man. Sometimes it just takes a leap of faith.
Amen. Couldn't agree with you more. If you don't jump, you never know if you're gonna fly.
That's right, man. But like I said, some people, sometimes they want to ride out the all-time highs. We have to remember, guys, with any investment, there's highs and lows. It's all about how far you want to ride that train. Um, it's always good to sell the top and then just buy back in at the bottom. It's good to have some hex staked and also keep some hex liquid. You know, you don't want to,
Amen.
you don't want to go broke buying your bag and then the bag break you and you not have nothing to fall back on. So, you know, got to be smart about this game, guys.
Amen.
The hex bag will never break. Just saying.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, bro. I obviously you get hexed all the time if you stake. I understand that, but let's keep it real too. I bought it. My first time I bought it was 28 cents, and then 20, 15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We've done that, and I'm down. I'm down big time, but I'm still on here. So let's keep it real.
Well, it's gonna go down sometimes. Sure, it's gonna go down sometimes. We need that. That's how we make our money. But I don't see hex breaking anytime soon.
It ain't going nowhere. I agree with that.
Just to clear the air, when I say break the bag, I don't really refer to saying the contract's going to be broken or it's going to be a rug pull. When I say don't break the bag, that means don't invest more than you can afford to invest. That doesn't
Amen.
that doesn't mean that it's not gonna break you. But like the other guy was just saying, he's down like me as well. I'm down. If I hadn't played the game smart, then yeah, you go broke. You have no choice but to sell the bag you're holding at the time, and no one wants to sell the bag when they're at a loss. So the smart thing is you never put in more than you can afford to hold on. That would be the smart thing.
That's right.
So what you're saying is don't take out a mortgage on your crypto?
No.
Definitely don't take out any loans to buy crypto.
I would love to take a mortgage on my house right now to buy crypto. I would just love to. If they'd give me the money, I'd take it. But they won't give me the money because I'm retired and my income isn't enough, and they don't respect crypto.
Well, you sound like the type of guy that likes a gamble. I like you, guy.
I'm the type of guy that my entire life has always paid my way. I don't charge or get much credit or anything like that. I pay my way. But this is the one time in my life that I really wish my home's paid for. I would hawk it up right up to the last dollar for Hex or Pulse. And they just won't respect the income that I have from crypto. They won't do it.
I got some ideas in case you are interested.
On how to extract value from a home that's paid for? I'm listening for sure. What you meant?
I mean, I'm just spitballing because I never done it, but I mean, you could theoretically make a purchase towards something else besides crypto, and then kind of reroute that money back to crypto.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They won't give me the money because I'm an older guy. I'm retired, and the income that I have is. I don't mean to call crypto income not legit, but for the sake of this conversation, I will. They don't consider crypto income legit income. They just don't. And that's the majority of my income. Social Security is worthless. So, yeah, they won't give me any money.
I mean, it's legit. I don't understand.
What don't you understand, brother? I own $1 million house.
Real money, right? You can convert crypto into USD and vice versa. So why is it not real money?
Go to a bank and tell them that you have. This is what I did. I went to the bank that I've dealt with for over 30 years, and they know my property. I have a farm, 80-acre farm, and I asked them for some money. Actually, I asked them for $200,000, which is 1/5 of what the value is. And they said, "What is your income?" And I gave them my income sheet. I'm retired, so it's not a lot. And they disrespected the part that was crypto, income from crypto. It's not a whole bunch yet, but they won't respect it. They won't count it. They don't consider it an income. That's what I'm trying to say, is if you have something that pays yield that you use to spend, that you count as an income, they'll collect taxes on it. The government will, but a bank will not give you a loan and consider that income. At least not my bank will.
Okay, I get your point.
So if you're bringing in, according to my bank, if you're making $50,000 or $60,000 a year in yield from a crypto, it's not an income.
Yeah, so the bank doesn't consider it as an income. So it's their problem, not ours, right?
Well, it's my problem because to them I don't have enough income to.
You can't borrow on top of that. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So they won't give me a loan on my home that is paid off because they say I don't have enough income to pay them back, because they won't count the crypto income. And I need to add what little crypto income I have with what little other income I have to be able to qualify for the loan. So, and it sucks. It's a real
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, I perfectly understand. Thanks.
Hey, what if you just had like money in crypto? Say you had $1 million worth of USDC or Bitcoin or something like that, and you put that on the sheet, will they just like ignore that?
Absolutely. the banking system as it is, at least where I am. I'm in the United States, Ohio, and the banks here absolutely, completely disrespect crypto. They, you could have $1 billion worth of crypto, and as far as they're concerned, you're broke. So now, if you take that crypto and sell it and put it and off ramp it and put it in the in their bank, then now that's different. But in the form of crypto, they do not respect it. They give it about as much respect as they do monopoly money.
And the truth is, here in the United States, it's funny because no, all currency is digital currency. You can have $1 million in your bank account, and your bank won't have that $1 million at the bank. It's all digital currency. It's just a crock of shit, in my opinion.
It absolutely is a crock of shit because, I mean, I'm into crypto, and you guys are all into crypto, so we see it this way, that our crypto is probably safer and more valuable than their money, but they don't see it that way. I think that the banks are starting to pick up that crypto is going to take over one day, and maybe not crypto, digital. You understand what I mean? And I think they're.
They even have I don't know. I live on the East Coast, so they've been showing commercials here lately of the bank IBM, and they're saying that IBM is going into using blockchain technology for their banking. So that says a lot about which direction banking here in the U.S. is going to, and that's another reason why the SEC cracks down on a lot of cryptocurrencies and requires them to, keep them informed. And like I said, I'm a developer at the moment of crypto, and there's two different types of crypto. You either have a security or you have a utility token, and I think that's what has a lot of going on with HEX and why HEX isn't listed on some platforms. It's a shaky situation. Let's just say it's a shaky situation when it comes down to the white paper and when it comes down to the Fed, wanting to know everything about your smart contract and wanting to know how yield is being paid and where these things are being generated from. It's real. It's a lot of things are questionable.
Yeah, I agree. I just wish I could somehow access what I'm sitting on and turn it into X. I'll be all right with what I have, I guess. But at my age, I just want to make one last bang before I go out. I know I'll probably only be around another 20 years, but it would be nice to spend it spending a whole bunch of money. I just see HEX as pretty high.
You sell it. I don't know.
Yeah, I could do that. I guess I considered it. Actually had an offer, but then you just got to go. Inflation is running rampant, so I sell it. I have the money. I put XXX into crypto. I have to keep parts so that I have a place to live because I can't sleep in my car. And so a loan is better because then you maintain your lifestyle. You're still living where you're living. Everything's the same. You just have a monthly payment. If you sell it, you can't use all the money anyway because you have to have some place to live. So you got to put part of the money towards finding a new place to live and part of the money towards crypto, and you get uprooted, and it's it just selling it's an option. It's just not a good one.
Yeah. I'm just shooting ideas and just thinking about things.
Ultimately, if I could sell the land and keep the house, I guess would be good. But that doesn't seem to be what anyone wants to do. So I've shot that idea at the real estate brokers multiple times, and it doesn't seem to be an option.
Just a quick question, man, if you don't mind me asking. How long have you been into Hex, Junkman?
A little over a year. I had a good friend that got me into the Pulsechain Sacrifice, and when he got me into the Sacrifice, that's when I started. I had done crypto before. I didn't have any luck. I tried trading. I tried doing things. Got, the same as everybody that tries to trade, but I didn't do it with a lot of money. And so he got me into the Pulsechain Sacrifice, and from there I started looking at the best options to start getting into crypto again. And of course, Hex was the number one thing because he was into Pulsechain, I was into Pulsechain. So from there you go straight to Hex, of course. So yeah, since just before the Pulsechain Sacrifice, I've been into Hex.
Okay, cool, man. Thanks for your input.
That really is the way to do this, is to spread the word that way, because like I said, my buddy got me into the Pulse Sacrifice, and I got 2 or 3 friends into the Pulse Sacrifice, and I know they got friends into it. It snowballs from there because everybody's sacrificed for PulseX then, of course. Yeah, and I think we'll all probably sacrifice for the wallet when he does it, if he does it. I think Richard should just do the wallet for us, period. But I guess that would take a money-making opportunity away from us as well. So maybe not.
I have a question for the 25 listening. Anybody feel free to give your opinion. What do you think has driven the price of Hex down the way that it has gone down the past several months?
Fear and greed, man. Fear and greed.
I think most of it was just a lot of big stakes finished or were early end stake. They just sell off into it. People have got them for like fractions of a cent, and they're making big money selling into it.
I'm going to roll with what he just said. Sell it. Yeah. I mean, you're in a bear market, you're in big profit. Take some. I'm not right now. I don't think anybody would be doing that, but on the way down, I think a lot of people did that. And I also think once we got down to the lower numbers, when it wasn't smart to even take profit, I think then it was just people getting pissed off about Pulsechain taking longer than they were willing to wait, and just I think they got fudded out of their bag. I think they fudded themselves out of their own bags.
Well, you know what? They didn't think they're going to have to wait a year for it. Pure and simple. They didn't think it was going to take a year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all disappointed. We'd all love to have it. We'd all love to be making money already off of it, for sure. Especially people that did crazy stuff like I want to do, like putting my whole house up. But the point is, I mean, really, let's be real, guys. We want a good working product. What if he puts it out now and something goes wrong and then we don't make our money? Then we'd hate it. So I would rather personally, even though I'm disappointed, I would rather wait. Even if it takes 2 years, I would rather wait. I'd rather be a millionaire in 2 years than broke in 1. Well, not broke, but lose my Pulse Sacrifice. So, that's it. It sucks, but I can't imagine fudding myself out of my own coins over that. It just doesn't make any sense. Why do you think, Keenan? What do you think it is?
I'm not sure, man. It's hard to say. I think it's a combination of the tokens being minted at the end of stakes. You know, um, increasing the total number of tokens that's out there as far as hex tokens. And also, people like you said, the early OGs, the early hexicans that got in early at, you know, 8/10 of a cent, and selling their bags once
No,
their stakes
mate,
finished.
those guys got in a very, very small fraction of a cent, like 0.001 or 0.0001 cent. That's how early
Yeah,
they got in. I was one of them. 200. It's where $100 becomes $1,000,000. That sort of shit. That's those guys. And the big
the,
guy, the guys with the really big stakes, what they're doing or what they were doing is that they were staking for like 30 days. Say they had 100 million hex. They'd stake it for 30 days, scrape off a whole ton of hex at the end of the stake, sell the profit, restake it. 1 month later, sell it again. And they just keep on doing that. And they were just scraping the interest off and dumping it. And the interest they were selling was prodigious. A lot. They were staking a lot of T shares every 30 days. Some were doing it every 7 days. That sort of thing. Every 2 weeks. And I just like
yeah,
rinse, repeat, and I just rinsing it through. Basically, I'm minting hex and just dumping it non-stop.
and that's still happening as we speak. I see it all the time. If any of you guys have the Staker app downloaded, you can look at the stakes that's starting and ending. And a lot of times you see it happen with people who have $5 and $6 million, or even just $1 million. They will stake that $1 million worth of hex. Well, like you said, anywhere from 7 to 30 days. And within that 30 days, that $1 million makes 7 to 8 thousand. You know, if I had $1 million liquid on hand, that I could throw into it, I could live off 7,000 a month. That would pay all the bills and still give me some beer money.
Oh, they're doing more than $7,000. A lot more. They're just dumping it on your heads non-stop. Because they could. They had a lot of it. They had the big swinging club, the big swinging dick to do it. They were doing something that most investors couldn't do.
I mean, that's what it's made. That's what it's made for. We're supposed to stake it and live off the yield. But I understand they're doing it to a level that hurts us all, but that's really what we're supposed to be doing.
They'll pay a price though for that over time, right? Because they're losing about 10% a year in yield ability, right? So every time that happens and the share rate goes up, they do lose a bit. Now, it may take a little bit longer. That maybe it won't be 10%, maybe it'll be 9%, but it'll take some time. But it hurts them, yeah.
Absolutely, but you know what? Meanwhile, they're making a shitload of money, and they're doing it off the back of people who are being convinced to hold on to it, which is the narrative. The narrative is to hold it and stake it long term, 10, 15 years. Hang on to it, boys. Don't sell. Meanwhile, they're dumping on your head, and that's the same with just about any token, really. I mean, it's not just Hex. It's the same old game. It's the same old game. Repeat it here. That's all it is.
Wash, rinse, repeat. Well, hey, also I do dive into a little bit of conspiracy once in a while. So just because the OA has always done something a certain way, don't expect that will always happen. So who can tell what the future holds for APY? The reason I bring that up is maybe it doesn't look so hot in the short term to do that anymore if you're not getting you know, a percent a month. I mean, it's a lot of, like you said, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, how much do you have to, you know, I guess it depends on what kind of money you're looking for, but I mean, you can make the argument in the US anyways that $5,000 a month is necessary to live off of, and that's not extravagant, right?
Well,
So how do you
say you made a stake with 1,000 T-shares, and these guys are easily doing that. 1,000 T-shares gets you 6,600, or say 6,000 hex a day. Do that for a month. 6,000 times 30. That's 180,000 hex a month. 180,000 hex times, I don't know, pull up a little calculator to be accurate. 80,000 times the current price of hex, which is 0.0445, just to be conservative. There's $8,100 a month at current prices.
I think that's about an average U.S. salary, give or take a little bit. Depends what part of the country you're in, but you know, I think the average salary in the U.S. is around that.
Now that's at today's prices. What about when it was at 20 cents and 30 cents and 50 cents?
Yeah.
Now you're talking.
And imagine that they put a lot of that money that they made into the Pulse Sacrifice. So it's going to be
that's bootstrapping. You know what? That's just bootstrapping it. Say you're a day one hexagon, or even a year one hexagon, doesn't matter. Same old, same old. You're buying hex at very small fractions of a cent, and then you hang on. You stake at medium-term stakes. You hang on. You get the big payday, all the rest of it, and next thing you know, a few $100s has turned into a couple million, and now you're going good. But then the sacrifice comes along. So, well, I can put in 100,000, $500,000, $1 million sacrifice, all off the back of a couple $100. And that's what a lot of us did. I know I did it. You know what? And that's all it takes to get in early, be one of the first ones in, and have a bit of patience and bootstrap it.
Absolutely. That's the way to do it. I unfortunately didn't get that much in, but at least I'm here now.
Well, you know, not everyone can be first. That's just the way it is. You can always be first in on something, though. There's always something you can be first in on. You just got to find the right one.
Yeah, you got to find the right one. You got to let it mature and come to fruition, and then that's when you can make your money. Yeah, it's the first one's the money maker to get you in on the next one. You need two. I imagine the guys that got rich on Hex are going to get extremely wealthy on Pulsechain. So yeah, it takes two steps.
Well, depends what they did with it. Depends if they continued along the path, you know. Some people just made a lot of money and left. I got away with it and they left, you know.
Yeah, I'm still on step one of that. I'm still waiting to make my big money. I made decent money and I'm doing all right, but I haven't hit that one where I can buy a yacht yet, you know.
Don't buy the yacht, mate. They're a money pit. You got to pay somewhere to moor it. You got to pay someone to look after it. You got to put fuel in the fucking things. They wear down just sitting at anchor. They rot away. Pain in the ass to live on. Although a yacht's a good place to do a meth cook. You into that?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm on prescription marijuana, and I quite enjoy that, but that's the limit for me. I had stopped in maybe a week ago and asked. I don't know if any of you were in here, remember, but I'd asked that question about the liquidity pools for V3 if they would be copied and how we would access them. And yeah, I guess that's been a pretty common question. I've had 3 people since then ask me about that. So
last I heard, V3 was off limits. I could be wrong.
yeah, it's the way he explained it in here, and I forget the fellow's name that explained it, but he was someone that everyone told me I should ask. I got the feeling he was somehow connected to the project.
Elmer? Was it Elmer? D-Money? Walrus?
I don't remember, but like I said, he was very knowledgeable, and everyone had said talk to him, and he happened to hear it and jumped in and answered it for me. But yeah, his response was the V3. They can't fork it, but they're still going to copy the liquidity or the coins or whatever in it, and yeah, basically it'll be copied. But then the question was, how do I access it? Because if I have a position, you don't just, it's not like the position appears in your wallet. You have to end it. So where would the front end be to end it? And he explained that actually someone will actually probably do that front end. It may take a day, a week, a month, but it would happen. So yeah, so that was good because several of the people in my little group that I've got into this, and even the gentleman that got me in, we all needed the answer to that question because that's a tough one, because it seemed that V3 was off limits.
Might be safer just to withdraw from those pools a day or two before.
If we get a heads up, the Pulse is going to launch, I absolutely will end all my liquidity positions and leave everything liquid for the launch. But that, to me, and this is just my opinion, I'm sure there's people that will disagree. I think there's a good chance he's going to stealth launch it. I think we're just going to wake up one morning and it's going to be there. I don't think there's going to be an announcement.
Geez, that's not what he said. He said he would give us a heads up.
He also said they were launching in May.
Yeah, he said a lot of things, hasn't he?
I have a little bit of input on that because, like I said, I'm a developer as well, and I've been asking a lot of questions. And I've been trying to get into some of the dev chats, which a lot of the devs, they had to move on to a more private chat because the Pulsechain dev chat became a little populated with, too many people just wanting to nudge in and ask when's launch, and so I'm thinking that they kind of created a new private chat just for the devs because I was following the dev chat a lot, trying to keep up with updates. I do a lot of coding in Solidity and Python coding, and like I said, I'm a developer myself. I actually developed my own coin, my own token that is still in the process of being developed, just because I was anticipating the launch of Pulsechain, and I knew upon the launch I would have my tokens that I created on the Ethereum network, as well as I will have my own token on the Pulsechain network as well. So that further drove me to become knowledgeable and to learn more about launching smart contracts in crypto. And I had that same question about the liquidity myself. And like I said, I don't know how long most of you guys have been into HEX, but when I got into HEX around a year and a half ago, there was a lot more liquidity in the pool than there is right now. Right now, there's maybe $10 to $15 million pooled liquidity right now throughout all the pools. But when I first got into HEX, it was a lot more liquid than that. There was a lot more liquidity in the pools at that time. And what what I've been told from some other guys, some other developers, and some guys that's working on Pulsechain, they basically said that if it's in the pool, once it's snapshotted, just say you have money in the Uniswap liquidity pool. I don't think you will be credited on the next on Pulsechain with what you have in the liquidity pool. I think you will be at loss for that unless you remove it from the pool and have it in your actual wallet during the snapshot. If you have it in the liquidity pool, I don't think you will be credited those tokens that you have added to the liquidity pool. I could be wrong, but I'm just going off what I've been told, and therefore I don't know if Richard Hart's going to announce the launch of Pulsechain or not. I had a pretty good stake in the liquidity pool myself. Um, and I'll be honest with you guys, I went ahead and pulled all of my liquidity out of the pool because I don't want anyone else getting my free copies of my tokens. So I'm not even gonna leave the chance. I have my staking ladder staked, and I have my liquid on standby. So that's my opinion.
Just out of curiosity, what were you finding to be the most lucrative pairs to farm?
I was actually doing the USDC and HEX, and also doing the wrapped Ether and HEX.
Okay.
I find a lot better luck. I've done ETH, HEX, USDC, HEX. I've also paired them with another coin that is, I don't want to get kicked out of here, closely related here.
You can mention it in passing, just don't bang on about it, that's all.
I've done the same thing with the Hedron token.
Yeah.
It's been, those 3% pools don't seem to really do well. I have had a lot better luck with the more exotic pools like HEX and Hedron. You know, a couple $100 a day, things like that.
That's all right. It's money for nothing.
Yeah, you have to have the stomach for it, I guess, because you know how it is. One for a week or so, it goes one way, and it looks like you're going to get, your whole bag's going to get taken on one side, and you're going to end up with one-sided, and then you just have to hang in there, and then it'll go the other way. So, you know, for a couple of weeks, it seems like you're 80 and 90% HEX, and in the next week or two, you're 80 or 90% Hedron, and you know, of course, you don't use your whole bag, but I'm talking about the whole bag that you have in the liquidity pool. But yeah, you can pick up on those 1% pools right now, probably 0.5% a day on your money.
Yeah, I've never done pair farming before or yield farming before. I was thinking of waiting for Pulse to go live and just going there on some of the more exotic pairs, like with wrapped Bitcoin and stuff like that. See who would be interested in trading with that. Wrapped Bitcoin with HEX, or the imported wrapped Bitcoin, so to speak.
Well, you can't go so exotic that it's you and 3 other people, because if you do, there's not enough liquidity, then nobody uses it, and it sits there. So you have to use something, the 1% pool that is enough people that it sucks because you got to split it with so many people, but you have to do that in between. It takes a feel, because if you do those 0.03% pools like Hex and ETH or Hex and USDC, there'll be a large amount of people doing it, and you're only getting a very small fraction of a very small fraction, because you're a third of a percent pool. Plus you're splitting it with a lot of other money. So it takes, you earn about the same as you earn staking the Hex. So why not just stake it? To make more than you would make staking, you need to go with an exotic pair that's, like I said, it takes a feel. You got to get that feel where you get just enough people. Like, I think the HEXradioapp pool right now has about $1.4 million in it, which is enough that it gets used. 15 or 20. Yeah, it gets used.
More like the bridge to wrap Bitcoin with say Pulse or PulseX itself as well. I mean, at least we know at least one side's going to have some business going with it. And if you tend the garden well and you keep it fairly even, and if you're one of the few people who are offering that pair, it's got to be some way to make some money out of that.
Yeah, it's like there was another token that recently was given away to us folks that sacrificed, and
PLSD, is that PLSD or weight or something like that?
Yeah, wait. I'm very careful about mentioning tokens because I don't want kicked out of here.
I don't really care if you name them. Just don't go into detail. Just that sort of thing.
Yeah,
we say Bitcoin all the time. No one cares.
And they had a little game plan there that they wanted you to wait to do what you do, and I thought it better to just I'm going to grab mine right away and put it up with some liquidity, and I made a lot of extra tokens just doing the liquidity, and that was that's a nice option really for any of those new things, is to grab what they give you, and instead of selling it, just put it up with some liquidity and let it work for you.
I tell you what, if Richard launches without telling anyone, that's going to piss off a lot of people who are waiting to grab their weight token who miss out because they waited too long.
Yeah. Well, I had expressed my belief that I think that's what he's going to do. So that's another reason that I just went ahead, claimed mine, and threw it all in the liquidity pool. Then I didn't have that risk. Now, if Keenan is correct, and we don't get that, and he stealth launches, I'm going to lose it anyway. But I don't believe he is. I don't know. But the gentleman I asked in here, who, like as I said, he seemed to be the man that would know, because everyone said to ask him, and he talked like he was a dev or something, and he said that you will get the copy. It's just like I said, the accessing it. I'll have to wait for a front end to access it, so which somebody will take care of eventually. So I may have to wait, but should get it. So basically now my strategy is leave my liquidity pools, collect what I can, hope that he announces it like everyone thinks, and then I'm going to end all my positions right before. See, that's going to be, let's think about this, guys. What happens when two things are going to happen when he announces it? Everyone's going to want to buy Hex and other coins. Okay. Not just Hex, but everyone's going to want their Ethereum tokens, ERC20 tokens, so that they get copied over. And at the same time, everyone's going to be pooling liquidity, because everyone's going to, even if it's not true that you lose the positions, there are going to be a majority of the people that are going to believe they're going to lose, even if it's not true. So they're going to pool all those liquidity positions at the same time that there's heavy buying, and it's going to be a mess. It's going to be an absolute mess.
And I think, I'm not sure how it works, but I know I've heard Richard speak on it himself. He says that the marketing bot, which they've posted and said that they were having some issues with, but then they said that the issues were fixed. The AMM bot, the automated marketing bot, something about it's going to buy up half of the liquidity that's in the pools, so that there will be liquid on hand for the Pulsechain network. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work, but that's just something I've heard them say.
Well, it's going to, there's a difference in price. Now, I don't have my head 100% wrapped around this, but I probably got it 90% wrapped around it. And there's going to be a difference in price, because there's a difference in price between Pulse token and Ethereum token. For example, an Ethereum token is worth $1,600 right now. If he were to launch right now, that Ethereum token is worth $1,600. It copies over to Pulsechain as a Pulse token. That's the one token that doesn't copy over exact. If you have a Pulse Doge token on Ethereum, you get a Pulse Doge token on Pulse, and so on. But with Ethereum, you don't. You get a Pulse token, because Pulse is the native token to Pulsechain, whereas Ethereum is the native token to Ethereum chain. So you're going to get a Pulse token. A Pulse token is worth a thousandth of a penny, or whatever it is, a hundredth of a penny at launch, and it's worth nothing. But bear with me, it's worth a thousandth of a penny at launch, and Ethereum's worth $1,600. So the numbers don't match. So that's what the bot does. It's a fixer bot. It's going to literally mint out of thin air enough Pulse tokens to bring that value up to where it's the same liquidity as on the Ethereum chain. Otherwise, there would be a massive problem, because your numbers would match. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, so I sort of see where you're going with that. The question I have is, which none of us can really predict it, but do you think that upon launch, do you think HEX on the Ethereum chain will go down in value due to them launching and trying to bring value to HEX on the Pulse network?
I mean, I'm obviously just a beginner here. I've only been doing this for HEX for a year, but I personally think that there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction, and it's going to fall on. There's so many people saying they're going to buy HEX, and we all expect a run up on HEX as soon as he announces Pulsechain, if he announces it. So that would only make sense that means people are getting it just to get the copy, so they're going to sell it when they get the copy. I mean, you buy a tool, you use the tool, you put the tool back in the drawer. And I think they're just going to buy this HEX, use the HEX to get the copy, sell the HEX. I think there's going to be a lot of people do that. So I think there's going to be a run up and a run down. That's just me personally. I've got friends that say it's going to maintain its value higher on the Ethereum side. That Ethereum is the better chain. I think that's absolute nonsense. That's me personally. I think, Pulsechain's the better chain, and it's gonna do better there. But initially, I think, yeah, it's gonna do better on Pulse than on Ethereum. I think there's gonna be a sell-off on Ethereum and a run-up on Pulse, and then I think they're gonna come together over time. I guess. I mean, that's, like I said, I'm a noob, so.
Yes, and just like with the Ethereum network, what I've noticed is, the more Ethereum costs, the higher the price goes, the more our gas fees cost.
Yeah, on that other thing that with the V3 contract, he's forking the entire Ethereum chain, so he can't fork V3 to use it. But when he forks the entire chain, he has to fork. I mean, it's everything. So it's going to be the contracts that are in the V3 protocol. It just has to be, because he's doing the entire Ethereum chain. So those contracts will be there on Pulsechain. It's just accessing them. You need a front end to access them. Now, the way it was explained to me, you can actually fork that to your own computer and actually have a copy of the front end on your own computer and do it yourself. So there is a way to access it. So now you would understand that more than me, I would think, because I have no idea how to code and do all that stuff. So, but yeah, I'm taking this dude's word for it that we're going to be able to access that somehow, and hoping that Richard announces this first, so we can pool our liquidity, which is going to cause a mess, because everyone's going to be trying to buy to get it.
Yeah, man, I feel you. Yeah, Uniswap in the V3 contract, they actually have a section for developers where you can create your own front end for your tokens and have it on your website. That's what you see when you go to hex.com, and you can swap right there on the hex.com. That's a Uniswap front end encoding in the front page of the Hex website. But I tell you, like, one of the guys on here said they were deep into conspiracy theories and stuff. I always try to think on the negative and the positive side of things. I try not to stay one sided, because when we all kind of follow our heart sometimes instead of really thinking, sometimes your heart can get you in a bind. But um, my thing is, if he was to give an announcement upon launch, I think with that would drive people to do a lot of, like what you said. A lot of people would buy Hex just to turn around and dump their copies. Whether it be them dumping the copy on the Ethereum network and keeping the copy on the Pulse network, or whether that be them dumping the copy on the Pulse network and keeping the copy on the Ethereum network. Um, it's a really skeptical situation, because no one knows the future, and like you said, I think if he gives the say so, a bunch of people that, well, if the people don't have knowledge that they won't get their copies if it's in the liquidity pool, if they think they're going to get their copies, they're just going to leave it in the liquidity pool. But if they're told that no, you won't get your copies, Uniswap will get your copies because it's in their pool. They tell you if it's not in your wallet, it's not your crypto. So if you have tokens in a liquidity pool, just say on the Uniswap exchange, Uniswap has ownership of those tokens. So that was my big question. My question was, if it's not in my wallet, do I get my copies, or does Uniswap get the copies? And from what I've been told, Uniswap, if it's in their liquidity pool, they have ownership, so they would be the ones receiving the copies. If the devs on the Pulsechain network are working on something to where, it's identified as whose wallet is responsible for this amount of liquidity in the pool, Hex and ETH, or Hex and whatever pair. If there's a way that they can identify that, then yeah, maybe they'll build a front end and everyone will get the copies of their ownership. But I'm very skeptical on that because it's just like Richard himself says, man. He says if it's not in your wallet, if you don't have the keys to it, it's not your coins. If you
Yeah,
send your money, if you send your
that's a
money to Coinbase, or
that's a little different though. I mean, Coinbase, the coins aren't in your wallet. You've given your keys away, etc. I think giving your coins for liquidity on a contract to V3 is a little different. I don't think they actually have your coins. I think the contract has your coins, which would be very, very different. I mean, the coins disappear from your wallet when you stake HEX, and you're still going to get your copy. And it's just a matter of you have to have the front end to unstake it once it's on the Pulsechain side. So I believe V3 is a lot like that. Now, I could be wrong, and if anyone listening can clarify, that would be fantastic. But I believe the V3 contract, they don't own that. I mean, that's just on the blockchain, basically. It would be the same as putting your coins in staking them for HEX. You can claim them back at any time. Yeah, you don't have to transfer them out. You just claim them back. I think it's very different. I don't think that's a thing where you're giving up your keys to provide liquidity. I would really appreciate if someone that is more versed in that would give an opinion, because yeah, I would like to know too. But yeah, I just don't think that's the same as giving up your keys. I think liquidity providing is very, very much like staking HEX. Yeah.
it says we have an OG in the chat, Rockham. I'm not sure how you say his last name, Rockham Risham. If you're listening, would you like to put in a word, my friend?
The infamous Rockham Risham.
Honestly, guys, I was grabbing a coffee and listening to y'all.
You got any take on that, Krakatoa? I mean, like I said,
on what? I missed half that.
We were still talking about the providing liquidity to V3 and if it would be copied over.
I haven't got a leg in that race, so I'm uneducated on that subject. I haven't done liquidity yet.
Yeah,
so
and
I'll stay out of it.
Yeah, he said something about the not your keys, not your coins, and you may not get your. But I don't think
that part could be true. Yeah, but you'll still have them on the Ethereum chain. He just might not get them on the new chain.
Yeah, but isn't providing liquidity to V3 akin to staking HEX? I mean, it's just a contract. You're not giving your keys to anybody. You're just executing a contract.
You kind of, they're not in your wallet, are they?
Or when you stake HEX, is it in your wallet?
HEX is a different beast. I'm talking about any other ERC20 you might be providing liquidity for. What about them?
Well, that's why I said if anybody really knows, I would love to hear.
HEX staking is a one-sided thing. it's a one-sided staking affair. It's an individual thing. Liquidity pool providing, it's different.
So we're handing our keys to our coins over to V3.
Well, do you do any liquidity providing? Do you partake?
I do a lot of
Have you?
liquidity, yeah, and I
Where
just
where do your coins go when you do it?
Well,
Do
it
you send them
depends
to another? Do you send them to another wallet?
I don't believe so.
Or where do they go? Can you see them in your wallet?
It depends who you provide liquidity with. With some liquidity providers, yes, they do leave them in your wallet, but they make them unsellable.
Okay. That's another thing. Depends whose wallet they're in. Pure and simple, whether you got it or not.
Interesting subject. I wish someone was here that was really well versed in it, because this is something I'd really love to know the answer to.
Yeah, Junkman. Like I said, I asked a lot of these questions, man. I was in the dev chat for a while, and I would just drill those guys on questions, and a lot of times they would lead back to me saying, you don't want to get kicked out of this. You don't want to get kicked out of this chat for asking certain questions, and I was like, well, I just need to know. These are some things that people who are deeply invested need to know, because you don't want to miss out and have your liquidity, whether it be your HEX or any other token that you've paired with.
Man, they probably just didn't have the answers.
Yeah,
If
and
they had
that's
the
right.
answers, they would have told you.
I could tell, man. I could tell, like, a bunch of the people were just like drilling me, just with insulting, just basically being ignorant with their responses, and like I would respond back and say, hey, if you don't know the answer, it's best not to give any input, because we prefer to have someone with answers that actually knows what they're doing and talking about to come forward with the answer, instead of you trying to talk bad about someone or talk down on them for wanting to just wanting more information. Information and knowledge is key.
Yeah, it comes down with my theory that most Telegram chat rooms, public ones, eventually all go to shit, and there has to be a purge. It has to be vigorously defended. If not, it always goes to shit. Doesn't matter what the subject is. You're always going to have some outliers come in and just be trolls and mess it up for everyone. Every single time.
God, I hate that when them trolls come in and start that shit. It is annoying.
But it's going to happen. Doesn't matter what chat room, what the subject is. It could be about anime. It could be about cryptocurrencies. No matter what the currency, someone's going to come in and play in your sandpit. And eventually, he's just going to have to be good moderation to kick him out. We've seen it here. It happens every chat I've ever been in. Doesn't matter what. It's like Gresham's law applying to Telegram chats.
I agree with you, man. But another thing, back to what me and Junkman were speaking on, Junkman, I know you said when you send the pairs to the V3 contract that it's in the contract. Yes, I get your part where you're coming from and what you're saying there, but at the same time, we have to remember that Uniswap V3 is an exchange. It's still an exchange. It's just a decentralized exchange, and we have to remember that, like Krakata. I'm not sure if I said the name right. Krakata. Um, how he said HEX staking is a one-sided pair. When you stake HEX, you're sending it to the HEX contract. But when you provide HEX as liquidity, you're sending it to a third-party contract, and that would be V3. So HEX is going to give you your copies because that's what Richard's promising. You know, there all the transactions are on the blockchain. We know this, but my question is, are your transactions, far as what you've given provided for liquidity, is that going to be tended to and looked at? You know, we can't expect the devs on the Pulsechain network to cover everything as hard as they're trying to cover everything. You know, something's still going to be missed. You know, you'd rather be safe than sorry is all I'm trying to say at the end of the day.
Yeah, I would say that you're not going to get your answer here right now because no one seems to really know. If the devs can't tell you, I doubt we can. So I play it safe and withdraw it.
Yeah, you know, and I don't know. I don't know. Let's just put it that way. I don't know. But the way that I'm seeing it is I have a degen play that I do where you stake NFTs for coins. When I do that, I have to send the NFTs to their wallet to get the coins. Those are gone. If they wanted to take them, they could. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, because everybody likes to mess around with some little things with a tiny bit of money. But with this, with providing liquidity, I'm not sending my coins. Don't go from my wallet to their wallet. My coins go from my wallet into a contract that they do not have access to. They can't take those coins. There's literally no way they could claim my copies. They can't. They don't have access to that contract. That contract is between me and just like the HEX contract when you stake HEX. It's the reason that nobody can mess with it, and that is because it's you and the contract. The same as with liquidity. It's me and the contract. It doesn't go from my wallet to their wallet. There is no wallet. The coins never transfer. They just go into the contract.
Okay, so the question you need answered is contract going to be copied over to Pulsechain? The RC20s are going to be copied over. Is your contract that you're involved with, is that going to be copied over? That's the question you have to ask.
Yeah. Yes. The gentleman who was in here before said yes, that it would be. That the problem would be access to that contract.
Correct.
Because you need a front end to end the contract to get your coins back. Because the coins are trapped in a contract on the blockchain. You see, even Uniswap can't access them. They would need my keys and my setup to end that contract to get the coins. Therefore, they can't get my copy coins either. The only one that can get those copy coins is the person that has the contract, which would be me, and I would have to, obviously that's encrypted into my ledger and et cetera, so on and so forth. So I see this as very different than giving up your keys. It's just something different. Like I said, I don't fully understand it, and I wish someone was here to explain it, but this isn't not your keys, not your coin situation, because my coins are not in someone else's wallet. They are being held by a contract on the blockchain, not by an entity. If that makes sense.
And just like that, Papa Burner slides into the room.
I slither. I don't slide.
And as you slid in, Rackham Rochelle slid out.
Did you ever stop to think that we're the same person?
Not for 1 second. You would need a bigger chest to sound like him.
Yeah, you sure don't sound like him.
I haven't had my experimental concoction.
Let me ask this question, guys. How many of you think that was really Rockham in the chat?
That was him.
It sounded like him. It did sound like him.
Why would you doubt?
You know, there's a lot of frauds on Telegram, man. It's just hard to say. You know, I watch the videos and I hear him talking, and then I just heard him speak a while ago, you know, and, you know, sometimes people just have their doubts. You never know.
I don't think you're the real Keenan.
It's about
You
50
don't think
Elon Musk's on here.
Keenan, prove that you're the true Keenan, please.
It's hard to say, man. You can just Google the name. You know, not too many guys use their real name on Telegrams, and I understand why, you know, but I'm no con artist. I'm no fraud. I have a bad reputation when you Google it, but I'm one bone bad to the bone motherfucker. I just put it like that. You can Google that name and be amazed at what you might read.
No con, I'm no fraud. That's exactly what a con man would say.
I've
Just
never been a
saying.
con. Hey, I've never been a con nor a fraud. But I tell you one thing, I've been one hell of a drug dealer, and I decided to get out of that trade and get into crypto.
I believe the term is street pharmacist nowadays. Please be careful.
Yeah, street pharmacist. That's one term. Let's just say I did my fair share of corrupting society, and I went and paid my dues, you know, and upon getting out I said I wouldn't go back down that road. So I ventured down every road trying to find the right way. I've been the average Joe for a while, working hard, you know, from 5:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the evening, not getting back home to my kid until 7, you know. And I've been through my state of depression, my state of stress, and I kind of found a way in crypto once I found Hex. And I worked for a while and continued to buy into Hex. Like I told these guys earlier, I don't know if you were in here listening, but I first got into Hex when it was around 30 cents, and I've just been buying it up ever since on the way down, buying the dip. And I have a staking ladder, and like I was telling Junkman, you know, I was playing my part in the liquidity pools for a while, but after receiving some information, you know, and not really knowing when the launch of Pulsechain was going to take place, and like I told them when I first got in, there was a lot of liquidity as Hex and other tokens. And if you guys noticed, Hex started going down when Richard Hart said that there was going to be 2 weeks and it was going to launch. When Richard Hart said that Pulsechain Network would launch in 2 weeks towards the end of May, you know, that's when prices really started to go down fast and liquidity was being removed. So there's a lot that's unknown and there's a lot that is known. You know, we all know we're taking part of a great thing. You know, there's going to be many more great things to come, but there's a lot that's still unknown and people don't have answers for. You know, but hey, man, I tell you straight up, I'm no fraud. Like I said, you can Google my name. I got my hand in a lot of things right now, but being a fraud's the farthest from it. But,
Yeah, you don't want too many people to Google your name, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Hey,
I actually did it, man. So respect. That's all I'm
I've been
saying.
doing it. I've been doing it for a while. Just I'm
You
looking at a
know,
picture. I'm looking at a picture of you right now.
hey, man, listen, I'm a young man. I'm not afraid to speak about who I am or my past. Um, I have $50,000, $60,000 lawyers and private investigators. Um, I'm working hard to stay free. You know, I've never been caught red-handed. I tell you that that's one part of that what you'll read that's very misleading. I've never been caught red-handed doing anything. I always thought I was too smart that I could always get away, and like I did for a long time, man. I had a long run. I ran the streets from the age of 13 all the way until I was 21, and I never once got caught. I got caught up due to rats and informants. I've never been caught red-handed, and they didn't catch me red-handed with what they said they did. They caught a guy red-handed with that, and he turned state evidence on everybody. And those guys took his word over mine and ran with it. So it's costing me a lot of money to stay free. Hey, I tell anyone I'm out on a $300,000 bond right now, and I sat 3 years sitting in a county jail. I've done more time in a county jail cell in a 12 by 8 foot room, locked down 22 hours a day, and only out for 2 hours to wash my ass and use a phone. Okay. And I sat like that for 3 years under $1 million bond. And
Was that for the attempted murder charge or something else?
yeah, well, I sat right at a year on the conspiracy to traffic charge, and then I sat 2 years on the conspiracy to murder. But the thing is, the United States is so corrupt, and it's not you're innocent until proven guilty. You're really guilty until you're proven innocent. And if I didn't have the money to back my lawyers and to get a private investigator to dig and really bring up what evidence they have against me, which is none, hardly, I would still be sitting in that cell held hostage. And uh, I'm waiting for a trial date anytime my lawyers are ready. It's the state and the government that's dragging ass, and because they know when I burn them, I'm gonna burn them a new asshole, man, and I mean in a legal way. Because when your constitutional rights have been violated, you have the power. You really do. You really have some power. But I've enjoyed it, guys. I just looked at the clock. I've been in this chat a while. I actually have a tea time. I've been playing golf now for about a year and a half, and I love golf. But I got a tea time at 8:30 in the morning. My ass should have been asleep a long time ago. But hey man, I enjoy Hex. I enjoy everything about Hex. Being part of Hex and the staking ladder has pushed me to do so much more and to get deeply enrooted into the crypto community. And like I said, I did my fair share of corrupting my community. Now I'm trying to do my fair share to bring light and bring crypto to the average human beings. And also, I'm all about uplifting my fellow man, spreading knowledge, helping people in a good way. That's what brought me to be so drawn to Richard Hart when I found out he had self-help books, trying to help people better themselves, better their lives. That made me admire him a lot before I even got into Hex. I just I found Richard Hart off of his self-help books and things of that nature. And for a long time I helped feed people's addictions. Now I'm trying to help people break free of their addiction and become better human beings and individuals themselves, and like I was telling these guys, over the past year I've been studying coding, Python, Solidity, C++, JavaScript, and I'm working so hard, man, to better myself along the way and also better others because I want to uplift and enrich those that believe in me the way I believe in others. And also, man, I believe in helping young children who's less fortunate, you know, because not everyone's fortunate enough to have the shirt on their back. You know, a lot of people are really poor and in bad situations and rather be poor than ask for help. But I'm all about helping others, and just doing all kind of things, man. Running fundraising events, you know, all kind of things of that nature. I do a back to school fundraiser. It's awesome. I did it since I actually used to do it before I ever got incarcerated. I would put a lot of money up to just buying kids shoes, buying book sacks, because I knew their parents were spending their money on other things. You know, parents spending their money on drugs instead of getting their children a new pair of shoes to wear to school. And that was one of the things that broke me, you know, and made me want to help people more, because I know people's going to feed their addictions before they actually provide for their children. You know, us as grown men, we see it a lot, you know. But I'm actually a person that would just love to help people, and I feel like I'm on the same boat with Richard. You know, not everyone can save the world, but you know, you can save someone by helping out. If it's nothing but having a word of inspiration and them listening to you, you know. But it's nice coming here to the chat and speaking with all of you guys, hearing you guys' opinions. I've enjoyed listening to you guys speak tonight, and yeah, man, let's keep this hex train rolling, and let's hope that Pulsechain's gonna do what we all want it to do for us, the hex community.
Good luck, brother. That fight with the feds is a tough one.
I don't know if you were trying to imply this, but innocent until proven guilty is not a constitutional right.
That was muffled, and I didn't actually hear any of it. But something about not a constitutional right.
Something about
Yeah, you'll have to speak up again, man. We couldn't really hear what you said about something not being a constitutional right.
Anyway, Keenan, good luck, brother. That's a tough battle you're fighting. I've had to fight that battle many years ago, long in behind me, and I know what you're up against, and you're absolutely right. Everything is corrupt, and everything is against you, and I fully understand it. I know a lot of people in this room probably don't, because they haven't been there, and they think that the justice system is real and that it's fair, and it is absolutely not. So yeah, good luck, man, for real.
Thank you, man. I greatly appreciate it.
What I said was, I don't know if you were trying to imply this, but innocent until proven guilty is not a constitutional right.
No. What I'm implying to as is when the government holds you on a bond that isn't sustainable with your charges and the evidence that they have against you, that goes against your constitutional right. Because if they don't have the evidence to hold you in a detention center, then they should not be allowed to hold you in a detention center, and especially under $1 million bond. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I agree with that, Mark.
It's basically like someone saying, okay, Spiffy's Tastic, he has a gun, you know, and he's not supposed to have a gun in the state he's in at the moment. You know, so they come and arrest you and hold you on a high bond that they know you can't make because it's against the law if you were to bring that much money to them. You know, so they say, hey, Spiffy Tastic has a gun. You know, they told us he have a gun. It's illegal for him to own a gun here. You know, so we're going to lock him up. But when we lock him up, he doesn't have a gun. You know, okay, so he doesn't have a gun, but we're going to search until we find a gun. So we search and we still don't find a gun. Well, we're still going to lock him up and hold him under a bond that he can't make. And we're going to keep him here until we find enough evidence to say that, oh, here's a picture with him with a gun, so he had to have a gun. But they never come up with the picture. So do you understand that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I agree with you. I just kind of misinterpreted what you might have been saying, and it seems clear that you weren't trying to imply that.
Okay, just making sure, man. The justice system isn't always justice. They're not always correct, man. They will do what they have to do to try and keep you in a bad situation.
especially federal. With state, local, you got a chance. With federal, it's 100% stacked against you. It just, yeah. And probably an easier way to say it is, in this country now, they just throw you in jail and work it out later, whether you're innocent or not. The easiest procedure is to just throw.
That's right, man. That's exactly what they do. What you just said. They just throw you in jail and say, hey, we'll work it out later. We're going to let the jury decide.
That's exactly what they do here now. It is absolutely corrupt. It's terrible. Did you know, just to throw this out there for you, buddy, did you know the United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave, and I'm a patriot. I love my country. But we have the highest incarceration rate per capita in the world. The land of the free. Highest incarceration rate per capita in the entire world. And it's not by like a little margin. It's like by 4 to 7 times the next competitor.
Yes, it's ridiculous, man. And they say that 10% of those incarcerated are really not guilty. I would say the percentage of that is higher than 10%. I'd say it's probably around 20% that's really not guilty of the crimes they're charged with. And another bogus thing is the way that they go about conspiracy charges. Conspiracy charges is a straight crock of shit. You know, if a man's not caught red-handed, if he's not caught in the act, how can you say he done it? That's like saying I'm going to win the lottery and I have the numbers. Or no, that's like saying I'm going to win the lottery and you have the numbers. You just need to give them to me.
Yeah, it's rough, buddy. I wish you the best of luck, man. For real. I know what you're up against, and you're very fortunate to have the money to be able to fight it. So.
Hey, I greatly appreciate it. I'm not, I'm not happy where the money come from. You know, if I would have known, if I could have dove into Bitcoin when I had the type of money that I once had at the age of 18 and 19, I would be a billionaire right now. You guys would be talking to a billionaire. And I'll be honest with you. Back in 2012 was my first time buying Bitcoin. Back then it was peer-to-peer only. And I was trying to purchase some things off of Silk Road, the darknet website that, sold all the drugs, all the bad things, anything you could buy with Bitcoin. I bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2012. And I want to say Bitcoin was around like $4 a coin, $4 a token in 2012. So I roughly bought 25 to 30 coins and I sent a guy 10 tokens. All right. I was scammed out of those 10 tokens. So I still had roughly around 15 tokens sitting in a wallet. When I made my bond and I got out, I seen that Bitcoin was up in around $40,000 a token. I like to lost it because I knew I had 15 tokens somewhere stored that I had that I could sell. And I tell you one thing, it was stored on an old desktop that I had in my mother's house. Okay. Back then there was no wallets. It was just stored on the desktop. And that desktop's been long gone in the dumpster somewhere. And I tell you one thing, I've been trying to do everything I could to figure out how to get that Bitcoin, and it's impossible. Man, I sure would love to have it. But yeah. But I tell you one thing, from all the bad things I've did, I come from a Christian family, and I was always preached to that I wouldn't prosper. From being a street pharmacist, said I would always lose everything. And I tell you one thing, I've just about lost everything to keep my freedom. But I'm gonna keep pushing, and I'm back to come back and get more, but in the right way, in a legal way, and I'm helping others along the way.
Well, you're doing a good job changing, brother. Good job, man. And like I said, good luck with that fight you're about to have. It's a bitch. It's a bitch.
That it is. I greatly appreciate talking with you, Junk Man. It's been a pleasure, man. Everybody else that's listening, maybe you've learned something tonight. And if you haven't, you'll learn something one day. I promise you that.
Good night, brother.
Bye-bye.
So do devs and stuff come in here? People that could answer that question that we were debating, or I wish I could remember who that fellow that answered the last question I had.
I didn't hear the question, but no, the devs don't really come in here.
You were pretty muffled there, buddy. Did you say they do or don't?
They do not.
There is another dev chat.
That should be better. My webcam had fallen back behind the monitor, but I didn't realize it also got unplugged.